Welcome. Welcome to my big stream. I am alive on Twitch all day long. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Smile. Smile. What are you so smiling, huh? Huh? What are you smiling about? Huh? You're just a cat. Why are you smiling? Why are you smiling, cat? Hello, welcome. Prince Remedy, are you a real prince? Let's go. You're having a bad day and one of your favorite streamers is streaming. Exactly, Riffle's peasant, exactly. Welcome. Welcome to my stream, welcome. Welcome everybody, welcome. Welcome. Hello, Lily Hopkins. I heard you had the sniffles. My sniffles are better. I think they were stress sniffles. Hi. I installed the new version of OBS Studios. Please hold. Everything is different.
Badger Wookie just subscribed.
Badger Wookie! Did you just subscribe? Thank you very much for the 2 years! 2 years, Badger Wookie! 2 years, Badger Wookie! Thank you very much for following me. It's the big one, Denshi. It's the big stream. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Mudcott just subscribed.
Mudcott.
Lily PLS.
Welcome. An Alan Edgehead raid. 5 gift subs. Thank you very much, Denshi. Wow. Cool. Hold on, let me analyze something here. What the heck? Hi.
Danky underscore has gifted 5 subs.
Thank you very much, Denshi underscore and my cat for both giving 5 subs. That makes me do the good goose.
Kinna is the TV just subscribed. Big stream time Lily Hope yes.
I'm gonna do the goody goose. Hi. Hi, welcome. Look, honey, an abomination. Cute.
Mudcott has gifted 5 subs.
Hi. Did I get an upgrade? No, it's just been a long time since you watched me because I haven't streamed very much. Sorry, I almost was like, well, why don't you watch my stream? But then I remembered, I haven't been streaming.
Underscore Digus just subscribed. It's hot.
So how could you? It's my fault, not yours. But here I am. Here I am now. What are you doing, Lucy, huh? Are you doing woozy at me?
So great, just subscribe.
Hi.
LilyHo Lily PLS LilyHo Lily
Hi.
PLS
Lily
LilyHo Lily
PLS, I remember
LilyHo
that.
Lily
Yeah.
PLS.
Yeah, I remember that. Hi. I remember Lily PLS. Then stream more, streamer. Streamer, if you want people to watch the stream, then you should stream more, streamer. Huh? Streamer, if you want me to watch your stream, why don't you do the stream? Huh? If you like a streamer, then... Hello. Hi. Yes, I have a big head. It's because I'm a VTuber. Welcome.
Renbato just subscribed. Yippee.
Oh. Renbato, I watch your streams. Thank you very much for subscribing. A VTuber is a condition, yes. Yes. It's when you're a tuber. But you're also virtual. I'm a virtual tuber. Look at all my toys I have. Look at them. Look. Look, gaze upon my toys. I'm happy to see you again too. Welcome. Oh, you like my outline? Thank you very much. They're so marketable. No, I have fruits pigs. I have fruits pigs. Ribbit. Were you gonna put in the empty shelves in my display case? I have a few ideas. I am going to stream all day today. Hi. All day. Every day. Today.
Zest here is gifted 5 subs.
5 gift subs. Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs, Sister. We're in goose territory. The gritty goose. I have an anonymous feedback form that people can use to submit things about the stream that they like or dislike. And someone wrote into the anonymous feedback forum.
ComfyRat _ just subscribed. Pretty goose.
Thank you for the 12 months, ComfyRat. Someone wrote into the anonymous feedback forum that they like to put on my stream and do a lot of work while they watch my stream. So I'm helping. In a way. The most expensive game you've ever owned. That. Maybe free-to-play games are truly the most expensive games. If you think about it, maybe freemium games, perhaps, perchance. What do you think? It's either a freemium game or a Giga Collector's Edition, as big as your house, with a life-size statue of you playing the game. Gotcha free games, yeah. They're called gotcha games because you play them and then the developer's like, huh, gotcha. You spent more money on an old MMO than buying .hack Quarantine. How much is .hack Quarantine now? Is it $500? It comes with a house-sized cartridge you put into a mansion-sized console. I upgraded my OBS Studio version. And now the volume mixer is different. I think I get it though. I think I understand. Is it better? Yes. Yes. Yes, it is. Hello, Firemind96, welcome. Volume Mixer, I hardly know her. Hi, Harmonic Chaos. Hi, Alan Edgehead, thank you very much for the raid. Everyone, please follow Alan Edgehead. Alan Edgehead loves Mario. And wrestling. And wrestling Mario. There's never been a Mario wrestling game. Did you know that? That's a fun fact. Unless you count Smash Bros. The funniest thing that ever happened in my school. The funniest thing is I went there. The original Mario movie. The original Mario movie. They were played by wrestlers. We should watch that together. What do you think? No, Denji. No. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Chloe. Thank you very much. That's so many layers of self-deprecation. No, because I did really well in school. I did really well in school. I got a perfect 4.0 GPA. What do you think about that, huh? Huh, what do you think about that? Nerdga. Nerd. Nerdg. Sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of your glasses. You're a nerdg. Original Mario movie is silly. We could have a movie night. And we could watch the old Mario movie and the new Mario movie back to back. What do you think about that? Hold on, I'm analyzing. Hi, I'm back. I had to answer a message on my Twitter. On my Discord. What genres of video games do you not like or would not stream? A lot of genres of video game that I do like, I don't think are good stream games. No. No, I don't think they are. For example, I do not like streaming most RPGs. Because when I'm enjoying an RPG, I like to get immersed in it and sucked up into the world of it. And when I do that, I don't talk very much. And it's unlikely the chat will get sucked up into it too. You want a game that sucks everybody up equally. Not just the streamer, not just the chatter. It has to be fun for everybody. Yeah, exactly. They're difficult to watch.
3 of you are just subscribed. Holy baloney, Lily, I missed you really
Yes.
real hard.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, this song is awesome. Hi, Ravier. It's nice to meet you again. That's not the phrase. It's nice to see you again. Thank you very much for the 2 years and 1 month. Hi, Ravier. Yeah, nice to meet you. It's been a long time since I streamed, huh? You love RPGs, you should stream playing them. I would, with a certain exception. It would have to be the right game and I would have to be in the right mindset. But I would stream an RPG. Yes. No, Krieger. Persona vibes. Yeah, maybe it's Persona. No, it's Animal Crossing. Okay, I have to turn the threshold. So if my mouth is opening too much, I should turn the threshold up. La la la. Okay, that's better. Good job. You watch while doing stuff. Actiony games are easier to keep up with than stuff like MapleStory. MapleStory is such a cool MMO. Do you remember they made MapleStory 2? And then they had to get rid of it because people were like, it's too good, it's too popular. Get rid of it, take it off the shelves, quick. Then in a few years, there's like a CEO guy with a big cigar, and he's like, take it off the shelves, it's too big. In a few years, we'll be able to cash in on the nostalgia and make MapleStory 3. It's like MapleStory 2, but with ray tracing. Mods ban that game. Yeah. Yeah, it makes me woozy. Invert that game. Hi, Thousand Man. Hi, Easy Not So Easy. Hi. Welcome. Todo que te video VR. MapleStory 2 had really cool character customization. Yeah, lemons. Good to see you again. Hi, Lanky Coast. Hi. Hi, Herman Chaos. Pikmin, take that game back to the onion. I love Pikmin. I could try playing Pikmin on stream. It's worth a shot. I was okay, tell me if this is crazy. Okay? Need to run this by you. I was thinking about unbanning all banned chatters on this stream and playing a game that's like set in hell, okay? And it would be the dead walk the earth stream. What do you think? What, you wanna create problems? No, it's not problems. It's not problems. Is it problems? We don't have to. Hello, Shy, do you a streamer? Hello, Shy Tuner. Then they fight each other. No, because some people get banned by mistake. Like some people, I have gotten messages before where people get banned because they were normal for like 13 months of watching the stream, and then they had one stream where their like personality is completely different, and then they still send. I'm so sorry if this is you, by the way. And then they'll send me a DM like, "Oh, sorry, my wife left me, and I was just crazy. I was like crazy that day, and so I want to unban. I want to unban everyone's who wife left them. Because it's not fair. Would you react to horror videos? I would get scared. But yeah. Yeah, an unwise moment, because let's face it, I have unwise moments all the time. Everybody does. Even if you're on your toes constantly. Even if you're like, oh, I gotta min-max. I gotta make sure I never slip up. People make mistakes. It's okay. It doesn't make you bad. You're not bad. You're human. It's cool. We cool. Yeah, that was my little brother on the keyboard. Are you gonna unban gear? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe there's a chance. That guy is not bad news, you're friends. Yeah, I have an outline today. This is a long stream. This will be a long stream. So I wanted to have an outline, so I know what I'm gonna do. I brought 2 bottles of water, but if I run out of water, I'll get more. Okay, everyone here, if I say like, oh, I'm out of water, I'm gonna go get a cola, do not let me. Do not let me get any caffeine today. I drank too much caffeine, and I was wiggling. I practically bounced off the walls. Jesus Persuader. Yeah, no calf. Yes, no calf today. No cola. No. No yippee. No. Oh, I think I do have some Canada Dry. That could be delicious. You don't like caffeine? I like caffeine when I have to write a big paper. I don't like caffeine when I'm just sitting at home and I'm like, this is gonna be good. And then I drink it and I die. Everyone I talk to, caffeine doesn't work on them. But it works on me way too well. Hi, my moon. I'm so sorry. My moon. You drink coffee all the time out of habit and it doesn't do anything. Maybe you have developed a tolerance. Maybe you have developed a tolerance for caffeine because you've had so much caffeine. Papers are the worst thing about post-secondary education. True. But you do get to write a bunch of stuff and then later, like another day, you get to go through and you go like, what the heck? Why did I write this? And it's like somebody else wrote it. Oh, I love this song. Do you start talking fast and crazy? I do. My moon is part of my Baldur's Gate party. I never forget a party member. Unless my character has amnesia. Like one time this goblin mesmerizer, he bonked me on the head with his +3 skull staff. And I was like, oh, who am I? I don't know who you guys are. Who should I fight? Should I fight you? Should I fight you? And I didn't know who my party members were. So that is one time that I didn't. But usually I never forget a party member, so that's my moon. Yeah, it's an amnesia episode. Very high ratings. The tolerance of caffeine is working while you are used to it, but after the dependence is gone, it's like you've never drunk it before. Yeah. Did you like Kingdom Hearts 3? I never played it, but I want to. I have it. I have that game, but I haven't played it. Should I play it? Sorry, I think I have too much caffeine today. What song is this called? This is called Windy Hill, Sonic Adventure. Sonic Adventure, Windy Hill. I'm the Owl Bear Druid. Yeah. Thank you very much. Hi, Eliminator. Eraser Crumbs. What a great name. That's when you eat a bunch of granola bars in bed. And then you're like, I gotta erase these crumbs before somebody finds out what I did. You gotta get rid of the evidence. Sometimes in life you have to get rid of the evidence. Oh, if I had a tail right now, it would be going. You woke up after only 5 hours. Can you steal? What the heck? You trying to steal my comfy vibes? Huh. You trying to take them? Nemu. I hope you get some more sleep though. Thank you very much for watching my stream. I'm not sure how calming my vibes are right now because I have a lot of caffeine. So if you watch my stream right now, instead of feeling calm, you might start vibrating. When you get the cel shaded look? Today. I decided Caffeine Lily is a rare variant issue comic. Did you know that in the comic book industry, there are many different variant covers? And there's this thing called incentive covers. You might know what I'm talking about. But the comic shop, Gigapop. The comic shop is incentivized for pre-ordering enough, ordering enough copies. Like, oh, I'm gonna order 100 X-Men comics. And if the incentive cover is 50 to 1, then because they ordered 100 of the comic, they get 2 incentive covers. And they can charge like a bunch of money for that. They can be like, oh, look at this rare cover. I'll charge $50 for it. So instead of like $3, they sell that comic for $50, and nerds are like, I'll buy it. And then the other nerd is like, I'll buy it too. And they get into a fight with one another. I'm checking outside for animals. Okay, hi. Incentive covers might be one of the covers with Wolverine on him. That is true. I'm fact checking this. That is just true. Wolverine can be on it. He can be on it. Hi, Deneman. Nerd on nerd violence. Oh, nerds can. Don't even get me started. Nerds can be some of the most violent. And what's bad about that is nerds, their type of violence, like, oh, if you have a regular person, they're like, oh, what did you say about my wife? Punch, punch, punch. But with nerds, they're like, oh, what'd you say about my wife? And they'll have like, wait, they don't have a wife, but they can use a ray gun or something. They'll have nerd weaponry that they can use against you. Yeah, my wife. Hi, Bibson. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. It's my stream. What'd you say about my favorite video game? Did you say that the remaster was better than the original? Punch, 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 punch. I'm gonna play a video game today, just not yet. Look at the Xbox PlayStation Wars. Looking. Hello, I heard there is a big... Hello, dot level. Welcome. That's dot level. Look. One of my collectibles is dot level. Yes, okay, I'm back. I was looking for my pointing stick, but I left it over there. No, there. You see there? There. Two guys delivered furniture to your apartment and they were not getting along with each other. That's a great idea for a movie. There's a guy who has to like get a summer job and the only one in town is to be like a furniture mover. And his partner is a complete polar opposite from him. And they have to learn to like get along. They have to get into all kinds of crazy hijinks. They have different clients. Maybe there's some kind of eccentric individuals that they have to interact with along the way. And then they uncover a murder mystery in the end, and they have to put aside their differences. And they become best friends. Yeah, exactly. No, they don't. They don't throw furniture at each other. 12 cams. No. They work together to solve a crime. Yeah. Chloe knows. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I am still sniffling. I'm sorry. Can there be time travel? All of the greatest movies have time travel. That's such a good idea. Have you ever seen the movie Looper? I love the movie Looper. And I also love the movie Charm of the Matamor and you.
Jared Storm just subscribed. It's too early, sis.
I was gonna say the movie The Terminator 2. Do you love the movie Primer? No. I haven't seen it though. How do you feel about Tenet? I struggle with the movie Tenet. Sometimes I rewatch it. I think the key to Tenet is maybe you have to not think that hard about it. You should not make diagrams in your notebook about it. Thank you, Bengus. You're interested in the Netflix Terminator anime? Oh, that's gonna be so good. You know that's gonna be good. You didn't understand it at all, and you got frustrated halfway through. I was watching it with my friend who thinks it's the best movie ever, and I made a diagram explaining why it doesn't make sense and doesn't work. But I don't think that's the point of the movie. I don't think that's in spirit with the movie. I think you're supposed to watch it and go, whoa, cool. It's not supposed to have the answers. Okay, listen. It's not supposed to be like, oh, I see, this makes sense internally, it follows the same logic. I see, this all makes sense. If I read it, there's no internal conflicts with one another.
Potiphar just subscribed. Big stream from Little Sis Streamer.
Thank you very much for the 44 months, Potiphar. I really appreciate your watching and subscribing and supporting me. I really appreciate you. I had caffeine today. So you have to tell me if I try to get more caffeine to tell me not caffeine, okay? 12 Monkeys. I've not watched 12 Monkeys. Well, at the zoo I have. But I've not watched the movie 12 Monkeys. We have to... Yes, exactly, dot level. Thank you, thank you. I'm dot level. I'm working on my 1cc of Battle Rider. The caffeine caused the invention of math psychostimulants. It's true. Whoa. You guys. I was just looking out my window and a cloud moved out from under the sun. And the yard got so bright. It was awesome. It's not that many. You can't say that. You wonder how much of the caffeine is a placebo. If we accidentally let you get caffeine, do we get more Terminator? No! Hi, X-Mensa. Which movie, if you could watch any movie with me, which movie would you like to watch with me? Have you ever seen me play Mario? I could show you me playing Mario. Maybe the time cops heard all our time travel and decided to shift clouds. Could be, could be. We could watch Tenet. Why did your friends not tell you you named them wrong? It was my mistake. Well, 'cause have you seen The Lord of the Rings? You know Merry and Pippin? It's a Merry and Pippin situation. They're like always together. So there's always like a plausible deniability. You always could refer to them as a unit, and you would know. No. No. Stop laughing at me. Cursed Furbies. Have you seen the Gremlins movie? That's a good movie. And Gremlins 2, the new batch. Have you seen that movie? Oh, that's a good movie. It's got a whole new batch of gremlins. They made a Gizmo Furby. Many people were afraid of Furbies because of Uncanny Valley. It sounded like you said gremlin. Do you consider Gremlins a Christmas movie? Yes, it's very Christmas-centric. It occurs at Christmas. There's Christmas carols, there's Christmas hats, there's Santa imagery. It's got it all. Do you know about beanies and furbs? Oh. It sounded like a dragon. Okay, hi. You're a friendly streamer. You're a friendly streamer. Hi. I have a streamer that I like to watch, and there's this chatter, and no matter what time he's streaming at, this chatter comes in and says, "Wow, you're streaming at like the country she's in time. Wow, you're streaming at Norway time." No matter what time he streams. No. Gookie called me unhinged today too. He called me a hingeless beast. And then he said that if I were a Soulsborne boss, I would be the hingeless beast. A Furby made of baked beans? No. 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 I found a sandwich. I ate a sandwich that I found. It was great. Ooh, I know this one. I have to play Mario 64 someday. I have to finally beat it. All the great retro streamers have streamed Mario 64. It's time. It's time. You're so glad you enjoyed the stream. I'm glad you're enjoying my stream nicer. Can you really do it? It's hard. I can try. How far have you gotten in Mario 64? I've beaten Bowser, but not all of the Bowsers. There's multiple Bowsers. Hello, Waifu Hunter PhD, welcome. If I played Mario 64, I would want to get all 120 stars. Getting 80 stars is annoying enough on Retro Console. You sure about that? Hi, Plastic Kimo. Hi. The clock level hurts you. Aren't there invisible walls in that one? Doesn't that one have very tricky invisible walls that you wouldn't expect to be there, but it's like, oh no. Bum, bum, bum. You're not late, Nymphadelic. Welcome. Some people think I look like Luigi. You be the judge. Am I Luigi? Thank you for calling me a cute girl. That was very nice of you to say. Checking out my fruits pigs. I'm checking out my fruits pigs. Do you know what fruits pigs is? Try typing it in chat. I'll wait. Okay, thank you. What are we gonna do today? It's such a long day. The day is our oyster. We could do anything we want. We could go fishing, we can explore a park, we can eat an exotic food that we've never had before from a country with a funny name. I see a Charmander. Very cute. 3D LilyHopkins. I'm 2D. I'm 2D actually. You're going to have to settle for 2Ds instead of 3. Discover something that doesn't exist. Yeah. That's how I want to spend my summer vacation. Thank you very much, Ariel Cat. Did you know that cats are just like people? Just smaller and furrier. Cats have all kinds of likes and dislikes. They have a personality. They even have their own language. You love them. What color cat do you like the most? I like black cats. I like black cats. They're like little splotches of ink. Very pretty. No, not evil creatures, no! You know, if you're ever watching the news and you're like, oh great, look at all these atrocities, guess what? Guess what? Mankind may be capable of more violence than any animal, but we are also capable of more love than any animal. And you should start by loving yourself. Start by loving yourself and loving the people around you. And guess what? You can change the whole world. Maybe not everyone's world, but your world. You can make it better. You can make a difference. I appreciate you. Love yourself now. Ajusagi-chan. Welcome to my log stream. Welcome everybody. Hi. I want to play the game Harvestella, but Goki says it's lame. Goki says it's lame. Maybe I will buy it. Maybe I will buy it anyway. Where's a log stream? Well, that's a stream where you put on your best flannel and take your axe and go out into the wilderness with a couple of your best bros. And you whack at a tree until a tree falls down and you sell it for a bunch of dollars. A bunch of $1864. Welcome. You can't legitimately be this sincerely cute. It's in phases. Sometimes I have moods, sometimes I get into a mood. It's all very subjective. Sometimes I sit in bed all day, all bundled up in a blanket, reading books. That's not very cute. That's just book stuff. Everyone has all kinds of different days. And guess what? You can't push yourself every single day. You have to listen to your body. You have to listen to your body. Take breaks. Take breaks. I'll tell you something. If you don't decide to take a break, your body will decide for you. You gotta take care of yourself so you don't wear yourself down. That's what I think. And make sure to get a drink. Your body can 1v1 you like Dark Link. That's cool. Thank you very much for the follow, bird, too. How many times did anyone predict your bus will break down? I haven't ridden very many buses, a few of them, to be certain. Yes, exactly, Gora. Wearing yourself down makes you stronger. Well, I was talking to the humans, not the Saiyajins. Hi, Cliff from Hill. Welcome. Hello, Waluigi64. You like warm days at the park? Okay, in the summer, people may laugh, but carry an umbrella around with you. You can protect your skin from the UV light. The dangerous UV laser beams. That's what I do. Or I try to sit under a tree. Even at the beach, if your friends are all at the beach, you can sit under a nice palm tree. You can make friends with a crab. You just got back from Park of Roses. Did you stop and smell the roses? Did you do it? You could bury yourself in the sand. You could bury yourself in the sand so you're just ahead and you poke yourself out. You could disguise yourself so that people are walking by and then you're just ahead under a sand bucket and you can say hello. And then they would be surprised. Don't actually do that. You might die. An octopus. I love octopuses. I tried to make friends with an octopus this summer. No, because she was sleeping. She was sleeping. I got its number, yeah. 8. Its number was 8. An octopus is a very smart animal. Oh yeah? You dig into the sand and be one with the sand. Yes, yes. Some say that there are creatures deep beneath the sand.
_less_ just subscribed. Hi Lily. I'm doing a game jam with my siblings. I'm trying to work on music but forgot a lot of Reaper stuff. Everything very complicated, music and brain won't go in the piano goodly. Being calm / taking ins.
That's so cool, Lifeless. You're doing a game jam and you're working on music for it with your siblings. You're on a team. You're on a team in a game jam making a game with your siblings. That is so awesome. To everyone who doesn't know, a game jam is it's kind of like a competition. But sometimes they're not competitive. Sometimes it's just like for community togetherness. But it's all about making a game like on a weekend or over the course of a week. And you get to actually make a game in a really short amount of time. And Lifeless is making a game with their siblings. That's so cool. 4 days to make a game. I hope your game comes out really well. Good job. Good job for working on it. Hi, Irina. Welcome. We should do a game jam where we make actual jam. No. My favorite jam is raspberry. You've never tried making a game outside of RPG Maker as a kid. I would like to make an RPG Maker game. That would be cool. Just, here's a tip for everyone, because I know that a lot of people want to make their very own game. Start small. Make it the smallest possible modular unit that you can think of. Make a one-screen game. Make a game that only takes one screen. If you still like it, after the one screen is done, make it 2 screens. You have a degree in video game arts. That's so cool. I have a degree, too. I just got one. I just got a degree, too. Make the game using nanotechnology. Make nanobots make the game for you. Make a nanobot game. No. Don't be afraid to scrap everything and start over. Exactly. It's okay to try again. It is. Because guess what? Your heroes, your favorite artists, your favorite game publisher, or your favorite art drawer, or your favorite music twanger, all of these people, guess what? They have failed more times than most people have started. So keep trying. If you make a mistake, worst case scenario, you learn something. And you've made permanent progress. Next time will be even easier. You're gonna do great. Just don't worry. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. Don't worry. It'll all work out. The only way it doesn't work out is if you give up. It'll be okay. We'll figure out a way through this together. This song reminded me of Mario. Thank you, Jusagi. Jusagi is a legendary animator. Ice Rogue says, I have a BS, a BA, and an MS, none of which are software related. Have spent the last 12 years being a software engineer. That's so cool. That is awesome. I hope you enjoy your software engineering. You feel like relaxing today? Let's relax. Everyone, relax. On 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm relaxed. Fail equals first attempt in learning. You can't do that, dot level. VTube Sneezer is going to get you. A VTube Sneezer. Oh, the drawing you made, of course. Yeah, you guys, I haven't looked at the fan art tab in a while. I haven't streamed in a while. I've been kind of slacking. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I've been kind of slacking a little bit. What the heck? Okay. Cute. Wow. Thank you so much for your drive. This is incredible, Irina. Oh, my phone is talking. Shut up, phone. Hi. Do you guys think it's okay if I get a drink? A drink with caffeine? Sorry, I was just testing you. This was a test. Hi, Oxtaden. Whoa, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you enjoy my channel. Hi. Will this be on the test? Yes. I am up to some mischief, yes. Yes. What do you think is a better feeling, hypothetically? Okay, what if you didn't study at all and there's a pop quiz, but then you know all of the stuff on the quiz anyway? Or what if you studied a ton the night before and there's a pop quiz and you know all the stuff? Which one is a better feeling? Which one is better? Welcome. Welcome. Welcome back to my stream. Welcome. Welcome. Hi. I'm gonna stream all day long. All day long I'm gonna stream. How much cola did you drink? Actually, it's caffeine-free ginger ale. It had no caffeine in it. So we're good. Yes, it is. Hi, Gulanoff. Hi. Hi, I'm Poopy. Thank you for the follow bunny on my computer. Wires. Smile. Smile. You know what I can do on my big stream? I can play a round of Noita. Noita. Yeah. Oh, good enough. Oh, good enough. You're just playing Noita just now. Smile. You like watching a gameplay of that? I like it too. Yeah, I'm gonna play on your phone. Can you unlock your phone? I want to use your phone. You think I'm kawaii? Thank you. Thank you very much. I think Fruits Pigs are kawaii. Do you see my Fruits Pigs? I like to pretend that green apple and red apple are best friends. Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Oh, you're pig posting. Nice, you're pig posting. What if they're siblings? Some siblings are best friends. And some best friends are like siblings, but they're not real siblings, but they're pretend siblings. If you become good enough friends, you can decide that it's your sibling. All it takes is an ancient pact. You just need a special book. Yes. 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 You need to get ready for work, so you're gonna go. I hope you have a great day at work, Waluigi fan. Bye, good luck at work. I hope you get the big promotion. I hope you earn it. I'm proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for working hard. Have you had a collab with Baby in the Blue Chair? Yes, that's interesting. Yes. No, that's my blue fish chair. I sit in that chair and close my eyes and I think about fish. What it's like to be a fish. My favorite kind of fish. what a map of the world would look like if I was a fish. A fish with pretty rainbow scales. Scales? Hi. I need to put some more toys in my glass case. Look at my glass case. It had a special name at IKEA. I don't know it. I don't know it. I don't speak IKEA. Bye, Lifeless. I hope you have a great time in your game jam. Good luck. I want to play. A curio cabinet? No. What is the IKEA case to put toys in? A D12. A D12. It's a D12. No. What do you want to play? It's called a D12. I want to play Noita. And I also want to play Ace Combat. And I also want to play Bat Rider, Armed Police Bat Rider. It seems like you're in an exceptionally big mood. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Hi. No. I had some caffeine earlier. No. I hope that you are also in a good mood today. I will tell you jokes until you are in a good mood. List of jokes. Okay. Oh, 105 jokes. What do you call a magic dog? A labracadabrador. Oh, Level liked it. Let's go. Who else liked it? Frank Tinsley liked it. Oh, Bonyface liked it. Ariel Cat liked it. Nymphadelic liked it. Thank you, Red Runs. Thank you. Oh, Ravier did not like it. No, that was not a big hit with Ravier. No. No. Hi, Teal Paws. Hi. Is your name Teal Paws because you are some kind of animal? Because that would be very... I would feel both honored and amazed if you were an animal. I would appreciate that. Right, let's move on to the next joke. Oh, a Glaceon. I love Glaceon. What do you call a pony with a cough? A little horse. Okay. What did the pirate say when he turned 80? What did the pirate say when he turned 80? Aye, matey. Cute. Okay, that's enough jokes. You should be in a better mood now. Okay, one more. What type of sandals do frogs wear? What type of sandals do frogs wear? Open-toed. You got an Adga? Nope. Too late. Too late. I could even do ASMR today if I wanted to. Wow. My stream is so big you can see it from here. Yeah, it is big. Thank you very much. There's not gonna be a crash for Intensely. Well, I guess everybody crashes at the end of the day. When they're like, oh, I have to go home. Oh, I'm going to bed. Good night. That's a crash. Yes. Yes. The big end of summer stream sale. There's gonna be an apocalyptic crash. No. You doomsayer. You're a doomsayer. Revette. When's Black Friday? Is it in November? Is it in November? I'm an animal? Yeah, I'm an animal. Go. 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 Do you like lakes or beaches? I like lakes. I'm a fan of lakes. What a beast? Yeah, call me Mr. Beast. I'm Mr. Beast. Thank you very much for the follow. I don't understand the clone. Is that some kind of high-level joke? Yeah, exactly. I like lakes because they're nice and cold. The beach is sandy and warm. Yeah, I'm a little on the cold type. I'm more of a cold type than a warm type. Your skin's peely. Are you a banana? You a banana? Be honest. Be honest. If you drink lake water, doesn't something happen to you? You're not supposed to drink lake water, right? You can get sick if you don't boil it. You gain the, the power of the lake. You turn into a fish. Okay, Marjorie, I hope you have a very good day. Have a nice rest. Bye. Yeah, I think it's time. Oh, we could play Hunt Showdown 1896. Let's go. Hunt Showdown 1896. I love Hunt Showdown 1896. It's my favorite game that takes place in 1896. It's time. Yes, 1896. Gameplay. Hold on, I'm doing this. Giggle pop. Hey, I'm over here now. Bop, bop, bop. Okay, just because I'm playing Noita now doesn't mean it's forever, okay? It's temporary. Noita. I have to play the daily run. We got a lot of stuff to get through today. This is gonna be a big day. So I have to do my daily run. Then we'll go back to some of the 105 jokes. Maybe we'll watch a cheese vid. Maybe I'll catch up on the latest news. Maybe I'll watch a video of a baby animal trying to do something that humans do. That could be cute. Top 1 million cheese vids. Okay. It's time. Daily run. If you have Noita, you can play the daily run and it will be in the same world as my Noita too. Sister Moy, if we gamba, then I'll lose. Yeah, let's go. Okay, Gamba. It's Gamba time. It's Gamba time. Never soft. Welcome. You believe, I believe too. My favorite starting wands, I'm partial to the spark bolt. I do love the spark bolt. Time for believing. Thank you for believing. And strides. We have 10 gold. We're off to a good start. Oh no. No. You are all in? Look at all the moolah people are slinging. I'm gonna have to be super careful. Uh-oh. What's this? I have fire bolts. Aww. could turn this music off too. I found a whole genre of music. Well, music is a strong word. I found this whole category of listenable entertainment. You know how there's white noise and like some people were like, oh, let me put a low pass filter on it, and now it's just the very lowest, most bass frequencies and it's brown noise. It was white noise, now it's brown noise. And like some people are like, oh, this is like pink noise. This is like, okay, I found green noise. And it's not even a filter, it's just people playing like rain sounds. It's people playing like rain sounds and like it's very naturey and like planty. And I like that about it. I don't think it's truly a type of noise. But maybe it is. Anything's possible. You can kill this guy. You can kill this guy by dripping him in water. He hates water. He hates it. If I were this guy's friend, I would not offer him a cup of water. $200 gold. Kill this guy with the hammers. Hey, we should kill this guy with hammers. That's a northern lion, if you didn't know. It's a northern lion quote. I've seen lions before. Red noise is a dog going grrr, gently into a microphone. Who are killing with hammers? This guy. I have circle of stillness. You used to be able to kill Steve with it, but I don't think you can anymore. Zelda ocean ambience. Have you heard of lowercase? No. What is it? Tell me what it is. Tell me all about it. I will listen. I want to be a better listener. I want to listen more. How do you be a better listener? Do you have any listening tips? If you douse yourself in water before jumping in a fire, ooh, then you won't catch fire until your water percentage goes down to 0. Grow bigger ears. No. Hello, Miles. Welcome. Lowercase is a microgenre of music where it's labeled as extreme ambient. It takes the lowest microtones and amplifies it to its maximum point. I want to listen to that. It's called Lowercase. I like when music has very low BPMs. Whenever I'm looking for music to do work to, I always look for music that goes very slowly. And ideally very repetitively too. It takes me into a berserker state that allows me to accomplish more homework per hour. You listen to mathcore. Okay, I'll try it. Do you have any artists that you recommend? What? I said go to the ear doctor. What would you say to someone who wants to be as pure and kind-hearted as you? I have a lot to work on if I want to be pure and kind-hearted, let me tell you that. Everybody makes mistakes and everybody has stuff that they can grow on. And even if you're like the best in the world at something, guess what? There's more you can learn about that thing because people don't really live that long, to be honest. Like, even if you're like, oh, I'm an archer, I'm an ancient archer from ancient Greece, and I've been arching for 80 years, guess what? You're still gonna have new stuff to learn. And that's a really good thing if you love something, because guess what? You can keep working on it forever. You can keep working on it literally forever. And maybe also it can be a relief to you. Like, you're not expected to be like a perfect god at this thing. How could you be? You're just doing your best. And guess what? You get a little bit better at it every time. Even if your outcomes aren't like linearly better, you are gaining knowledge and experience that you directly use to make your future attempt have positive outcomes. You couldn't do that without this experience that you're getting. Maybe the same thing is true about kindness. I don't know. This guy is a swamp elemental. Undertale. Frog. You think I'm cute, teal paws. Thank you very much. That's so nice of you. Whenever anybody says that to me, I get so surprised. Cause guess what? The person saying it, I bet a lot of the time you are way cuter than you think too. People are cute in all kinds of different ways. Yes. Sometimes my best friends will do something so cute and they don't even realize why it's cute. That's what I love. And that's another good thing about having all kinds of different friends, even friends that are different from you. Because you will have different like insights on one another. that you never would have found on your own because you don't have the background or experience to know, like, oh, you don't have all the context, we don't have all the information. It's a game of incomplete information, much like poker. This is the worst wand I've ever seen in my life. I do have wonderful friends. I don't have a lot of friends, but I am super grateful to have the friends that I have, and I wouldn't trade them for anything. Well, maybe a soda with caffeine. I don't like that one very much. That's interesting. Oh, look at this wand. This is a good one. Good, good. This song's cool. You're cute because you are autistically passionate about things. I think passion is very important. I think passion helps you appreciate your life and the world. People always focus on the bad stuff in the world, but there's so much good stuff in the world. Did you know that? Did you know that? Passion is attractive. That's true. You could attract other people who are also passionate about things. They could be like, that's interesting. I'm also passionate about things. Hi, Breaks for Haste. I like your message on what's it called? Your custom profile message on Discord. I thought it was nice. I didn't know that. I'm not depressed anymore. No, I know it's not that easy to overcome depression. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it sound like, oh, what, you're sad about what's going on in your life right now. Well, have you thought about not doing that? No, I don't think that. I hope things do get better for you though. And I know this is biased, but I think they will. I think they will. No, not stop being sad. I think it's important to allow ourselves to feel sad too. It's okay. I don't think, like, this is an edgy take, like a hot edgy take of mine, but I don't think you should view being happy all the time as a goal. You're not cute because you're deathly serious and stoic. The people in your life see you as a pillar and a much-needed source of stability. No. No, dot level. I like this wand. I want to do something with this wand. Do I have a double cast? Okay, ooh, it's double scatter. Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. I love light. Such a good modifier. Hi, Lark. See comfortability in the uncomfortable. I'm trying, but it's hard. I have a lot of things that I really struggle with, to be honest, but I think it'll be okay. Invisibility. Invisibility. Do I reroll? I think I do. You always tell people to see comfortability instead of happiness. Oh, I'm just going down. Nemo, I'm just going down. No, I'm not an angel. I do like angels though, like in fiction and media and stuff. I think angels are really cool. What do you struggle with? I really struggle with like interacting with people, especially new people that I don't know very well. Like I'm pretty nervous around people. Yes. Yes. If I could find better mana on this wand, that would be very convenient. Talking to new people is really scary. It is, it is. I can dig through the wall with this wand. You don't seem nervous right now talking with everyone because you're just my friends inside the computer. You're just my friends inside the computer. That's why. We live in the computer. Beep boop. Beep. Beep boop. What's the build? It's a shuffle wand with really good stats except for mana charge speed, and it's using 2+1s to get bonus luminous drill effects, so multiple minus recharge time, multiple minus cast delay into a bouncing burst, which also has minus cast delay. Luna must drill. You've always been the type of person that can talk to anyone. That's awesome. And I hope the people that you talk to make your life better, and I hope that they bring you as much joy as you bring to them. That's what I hope. Oh, an always cast wand. You can tell that wand on that pedestal is an always cast because it has a slightly purple glow to it. It's kind of hard to see if you're not used to looking for them. It's always cast Essence to Power, which will have plus 0.33 seconds on every single spell it casts. I don't know about that. I'm not sure about that one. Your eyeballs are bulging. I'm sorry. Do you have a big section in your progress diary where you don't have any spells unlocked? I reset my save file like every year about. So yeah, I have a bunch of missing stuff in my progress. Oh, bonus health. I will pick up the bonus health. Give me a video game bangers. It's ragweed season. Did you know that honeybees love ragweed season? They're like, ooh, look at this. The song has too many vocal samples. That's strike one. Too many vocal samples equals strike one. You thought ragweeds was wind pollinated, goldenrod was insect pollinated. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I'm sorry. You're right. Uh-oh. Goldenrod's my favorite snack. Did you know that in most plants, nectar is around 80% water and about 20% sugar? Sounds pretty tasty when you think about it like that. Imagine if every single plant had ginger ale coming out of it, and your tongue was a straw. That just sounds good. You would drink a lot of ginger ale. Oh, that's not good. No, that's not good, that's not good. You liked eating them from the hibiscus flowers you would pick? Yum! I love hibiscus. It's a pretty flower and you can make tea out of it. You can enjoy a little bit of hibiscus. Uh-oh. See where we end up. Okay, that was not that bad, I think. Maybe? So far? Hibiscus. Do you have any other favorite plants? I have so many favorite plants. Yeah, I didn't teleport into a sea of lava yet. There's still time. There's always time. We have a lot of gold, but I would like to check for wands. Because the wands that spawn in the cavern are an additional spawn level ahead. So we could get a leg up on the competition. Come then. Oh, this is chaotic. How did the game jam go a while back? It was okay, it was okay. It was my 3rd game jam I've done. Yes, I've done 3 game jams now. And I think my first game jam was the best experience that I had. The 3rd one I would say was my 2nd best experience. But I was also really out of practice for the 3rd one. Like, I wish I had done more prep before it started. But it wasn't terrible when we finished, so that was good. This is a little too loud, I think. Good. I was the composer. Oh, this is an upgrade, this is an upgrade. Good, good. Oh, it's Swapper, it's Swapper! It's Swapper! Yes, I was the composer. I think it would be cool to do a game jam as the programmer. Oh, that's good, that's good. I'll take that too. Good wands, to be honest. I would say these are pretty good. Which runestone? The runestone of the edges, I don't remember that one, so I'm gonna skip it. I think it might be dangerous to jump down here. Because I don't know where the hive is. I say we leave, I say we leave. When I press a special key, it plays a little melody. Exactly, exactly. Being a composer is fun. And what I really like to do as a composer is I like to ask the project manager, like, okay, what part of the game do you need this for? And like, what should it sound like? What instrument should it have? Like, what should it make the player feel like? Like, what do you have any audio examples of what you would like it to be similar to? And then there's things like sound effects for like menu sound effects. I love doing those. Those are so cool. I would potentially take the dropper bolt. Projectile duplication is very good in this game. Menu beeps, and boops. Let me analyze this. This is 10-mana drain. The sustain is better. I think I would rather have the burst though. Hi. Hello, Marble and Gold. Welcome. Welcome, Marble and Gold. Let me analyze this wand. This may kill me. 102. 109. I don't know, maybe sustain is what we're looking for right now. I should definitely have this as a backup. That's what I think. That's what I think. What are your top 10 favorite plants? My top 10 favorite plants? I don't have a list. Unfortunately, I like many different plants from many different regions though. I can be very biased towards trees and like weeds. I like common plants. With gardening, I prefer to use native plants rather than like, oh, look at these plants. Everyone has these because they look the nicest, but they don't grow here. I really like wildflowers, for example. Yes, I love weeds. I love them. Because the most beautiful plants just grow in little ditches and people are like, you like that? That plant sucks. Look at it, it sucks. But it doesn't, it's perfect. It's perfect the way it is. Look at it, it's beautiful. Can't you see the beauty? Dandelions do go hard. Oh, this is good one. This is good one. Every part of the dandelion is edible. I should have kept my explosive to use as an anti-mech wand. That's what I'm missing, an anti-mech wand. I will build that at the next chance I get for Hisi base. Your favorite wildflower is the common milkweed. Common milkweed. Monarch caterpillar. Monarch caterpillar. Thank you very much, Gutsybird. I hope you enjoyed your stream today. I'm sorry I couldn't catch it. Ribbit Morning Glory is very pretty. Very good job. Good job on that plant, I would say, if I found the guy who made it. It's a good one. Roses will die if the pH level of the soil is too high. Dandelions will thrive in concrete. Conclusion: dandelions are the superior flower. I think we can learn a lot from flowers, don't you think? They're just like us. I've met some people who don't even think plants are alive. Just because they don't move. Or they move more slowly than us. And people are like, that's not alive, it has to be an animal to be alive. But guess what? Guess what? Plants? Living thing. Living thing is what it is. Yeah, they move a lot. What kind of spells you got on this? Hello, Barb fan. You wanna be a happy little sprout? You are to me. You are to me. You've thought the exact same thing. You like species that people can never get rid of despite people hating them so much. If you freaking look in like a ditch at the side of the road during certain seasons. Ooh, that's pretty good. You can see like the most beautiful color palettes. Like it would take a human like 1,000 years to make such a pretty color palette, but all of the flowers, they go so perfectly together. They just automatically go so perfectly together. How did that happen? It's beautiful. And it's because all of those native plants, guess what? All of those native plants, they look pretty to us, but they look even prettier to pollinators. They're trying to attract pollinators. They all work together for a reason. I'll take the fire immunity. We need better mana regen.
Let's look at the book.
This is strike 2. It has vocals. Strike 2. Strike 3. Okay. Video game bangers. Bangers. Are you a bee? Yeah, I don't know. Are you a bee in Infodelic? Are you? Are you a bee? I can't play video game music that's too calm because I will fall asleep on my keyboard and people will be like, Lily Hopkins, did a cat fall asleep on your keyboard? You sent me a bunch of letters. No, I'm not eating. Hi, Phone Shadow. Hi. I had a lot of caffeine today, but I think it's going away now. Right now I'm analyzing something. I don't want this sign. I don't want this sign. Schnadu. It's medium French. It's 3 p.m. 3 p.m. is the time it is. That's a very appealing spell. I'm going through my magic spells. Please hold. (103, 108, 102, 109, 520). This is like... this is very borderline. But we will try it. We will try it. It's okay. If it doesn't work, that's not a big deal. If it doesn't work, I don't care. I don't care at all. It's actually alright.
AQ, you're just subscribed. Holy Frog Flips is at a midday Lilith stream. So good to see you. Hope your summer is epic.
Hi. Look, electricity. Thank you very much for the 13 months EQRQ. I am having a very good midday stream, and I hope you are having a good day too. This is going to be a long stream today. By my standards, of course. Some people are like, I'm gonna do a long stream, and then they stream for like 3 days straight. That's not what I'm doing here. No, that's not what I'm doing here. Day Lily stream, Return of the Geologist. Have you tried Yopon tea? It's from a native species of holly found in the southeast United States. It has a very floral smell. I like tea, but no, I've not. I would try it. Sometimes you go, I'm gonna do a long stream, and then you go 3 hours in, and then you go, oh boy, I'm beat, time to go to bed. That's what I do all the time. That's why I have to do a long stream today. I'm going, guess what? My current plan, this could fall through, but my current plan is to stream every day this week. Every day this week. My plan is to stream, if I can. And I sure hope I can. Gulp, 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 gulp. Yes, you heard that right. Every day. Every day this week is what I will try to do. Yes, it is legal, Fallen Shadow. I checked the bylaws. I checked them and it's allowed. Oh, this is from Studiopolis Zone. Very good song. Composer for this song is a very talented video game composer. I would potentially make more music. It's not... Music production isn't like my super highest priority right now. I'm trying to do some like other IRL stuff lately. But I could definitely see another music arc. Aw, crap, I gotta put away my wand. Sometimes you just hear somebody making really good music and you get inspired though. Okay, if this oil catches on fire, it can't hurt me. So that's why it's safe for me to use electricity near this oil, because I have fire immunity abilities. So I can literally just stand in the fire. It doesn't hurt me. The electricity will hurt me, but the fire will not hurt me. This is a good place for me to be. Yeah, the Genesis FM synth. We created the Sega Genesis. We gave it a special chip. We gave it the most powerful chip we could. Come then. The botanist that named the plants worked for either the tea or coffee industry and didn't want the plant to destroy his company's profits. What the heck? He could have created his own company and made it big. But what if he didn't? Because guess what? What if he didn't? Because his girlfriend owned the other company. And that's why he didn't. He didn't want... He was like, I can't do it, babe. Your company. You lose your company! That's probably what happened. What do you think? Do you think that's what happened? You read that manga? Yeah, it was good manga. Is this Mario or Sonic? It's gotta be one of those. Let's watch a cheese video after this. Is that regular homing? Short range homing, even better. I don't like these. Let's put short range homing on it in the place of maybe this. This is 8. Yeah, this is 8. It's not the best. It's not the best I've seen. We have a decent chance of finding a better wand base in the jungle though, so that's good. Have you ever let a Hershey Kiss melt in your mouth? It's the best way to eat them. How long does this take? Do you mean like slightly melt or melt all the way? Like melt completely into chocolate goo? Depends on your internal temperature. Well, it doesn't vary that much. People's internal temperatures are like pretty close to each other. So you drink your chocolate? I don't like chocolate that much. I usually just give my chocolate to my friends. I share. We have an agreement. We have a standing agreement. I give chocolate, you give gummies. That's how it works. Gummies, give gummies. Hello, Javinka. Welcome, Javinka. Gummies, yes, my favorite type of candy. Delicious, soft, chewy gummies. My beloved. I mean, technically speaking, we're pretty underpowered, but we seem to be doing okay. Starburst fruit chews. Have you tried carob? No, I don't know what that is. Is it good? Is carob good? If it's like chocolate, I don't think I would like it. Because I don't like chocolate. You you like chocolate Necco wafers? I've never had those. Puts one on my tongue. What's your favorite type of gummy? I like Lifesavers gummies quite a bit. Those are pretty tasty. I like Elden Peachy Rings, which is the gummy candy tie-in for FromSoft's hit, critically acclaimed game Elden Ring. Available now. You'll freak up some Lifesaver gummies. Gummy sharks are so good. One of the best things about gummy sharks is you can pretend like they're swimming around. You can just pretend they're swimming around. I'm poisoned. Poison in this game is very strong. It's this purple stuff. Come on. Ow! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die, Lily Hopkins. I'm gonna die. But I can't hastily leave the stage because I'm looking for a wand upgrade. The level after this level becomes like pretty brutal. And this is one of the best places to get an upgrade in the whole game. I would say when it comes to enemy difficulty versus like wand power, this is the best spot. Especially if you're underleveled. You've been to the Jelly Belly factory? I've never been to this factory. Would you recommend it? What the hell? Some kind of Christmas lens. Yeah, I knew he was there. I knew he was there. He tried to ambush me. I was feeling kind of sad this morning. And I looked at my anonymous feedback forum. And there's a lot of really nice messages and I felt really good about myself. So thank you for that. That was very nice of you. I wish all of the people who submitted things had their own anonymous feedback form so I could submit nice things about them too. It's not good. This wand is not good. I don't like this wand. I'm looking for good wands. Bad wands I don't need. And most wands are bad wands. That's a worm. There's a couple of worms here. I'm gonna die. I have to leave. I almost got eaten by a worm. If you walk without rhythm, you won't attract the worm. Analyzing. 156. We could do something with acid trail potentially. Yeah, this is 25, so this is going to be significantly hungrier. We do have concentrated mana here. That's good. That's good. Concentrated mana. It's pretty good. Well, I love songs that make me feel like I'm underwater. Do you like songs like that too? They're my favorite kinds. The gods look the other way. The gods look the other way. It's the Mandalorian. That's him. Songs that make you feel like you're on fire, you like the exact opposite. I wonder what kind of song that would be. A song that makes you feel like you're on fire. What is that? What could that be? This level does have some good ones. But to be honest with you, I'm pretty sure I can just cheese it at this point. Unless I do something very silly. Yeah, I saw that. A Queer Oddity, I saw that. It's called Mudborn. I heard that Bloodborne is coming to PC. This is a spell shop. It's a spell shop. Analyzing. See a flammable gas. Real. Yeah, real. Fallen Shadow. It's real. I would not lie about this. Hold on, let me double check. Let me double check. Bloodborne. Coming to PC. Maybe. No, I think I made it up. Sorry. I think it was just a dream. I didn't mean to lie to you. Concentrated fire on triplicate bolt is so nice. I can actually hit stuff. It was all a dream. I used to read gaming magazine. I used to read Game Informer magazine. I read something about Bloodborne today, but I was wrong. The gold is moving towards me. I think that's what it was, Fabian. It was about emulation. It's all about emulation. Not a port. Bum 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 bum. Is it safe to go down here? No. No. You only emulate real games like Frogger or Frogger 2. You're so glad your PS5 got backwards compatibility. I don't have a PS5. My brother had a PS3. Aw, crap. Aw, crap. But I never had a PS4 or a PS5. Which, to be fair, I feel like if you had a PS3 or you had access to a PS3, I feel like a PS4 is like not that different. It's not like the difference between PS1 and PS2. It feels like pretty similar. Hello, Crimson Jolton. How are you doing today? Thank you for watching my stream. Sorry, I'm trying not to die here. Sorry. I can teleport into here. Oh crap. This is the teleporting wizard. That's him. Congrats on being partner. You're a partner now. Oh, you guys, I think I got partner like 4 years ago. What do you mean? You have a PS4 that you bought. Oh hell yeah. Just to play Bloodborne with jailbreak, you can lower the resolution to 900p. There was a PS leak. It showed it showed game description from Bloodborne coming to PS5. Oh really? Is that? Oh, that's true. Maybe that's what I saw. No, no, you guys. I finished my ginger ale. For anybody who is interested in that. This guy is bad news. He has powerful magic. Anybody who hits him, he swaps places with them. It's a powerful adaptation to shield him from injury. Boom, 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 boom. Oh crap, there he is. That's him, that's him. That's the guy. Is this from Super Smash Bros? It feels like it is. Or maybe Super Mario Galaxy? I'm analyzing something, hold on. Regular homing, we have an oil material, sea of mimicium. There's a strange animal outside. Oh, it was a bag. It was a bag. Never mind. It was a grocery bag. Oh, I wish I had a good wand. I wish I had a wand that was good and not crappy wands. This is going to be a 10-minute ban. I don't understand chat. I can't keep up with chat's funny memes anymore. I don't understand them. This guy has a spell called Path of Dark Flame. Isn't that epic? Yeah, I'm a boomer. Now I'm a boomer. You gotta stop, dude. I know you're annoyed by the other chatter, but you're being annoying too. Skibbity, I do like Skibbity. Yes, I'm a hag now. I know several spells. Look how fast I can shoot. That's so cool. Hag love? Cool! I got my first hag love! Oh, this is so exciting. Oh crap, oh no. Oh! These geometric figures have a lot of HP. If I can clear out this floor, I will be in really good position. I think taking faster projectile flying, like, I didn't think there was necessarily a downside to it, but I think there actually is with my current build because it outpaces my reduced spread, which is a little unfortunate, I think. Yeah, I'm clearing the floor. It's my floor cleaning service. Stop, I'm die. Whatever, now we get to watch a cheese video. I got to the last floor, that's pretty good. Yes, I am die. You're pretty convinced I was going to win that one. I didn't really think I was going to because my builds never got online. So the way I saw it, anytime after Hisi base I could have died because my offense was not keeping pace with the enemies. So basically, I didn't have a means of dealing with like the increasingly dangerous enemies, and it was kind of just luck that I got as far as I did. Yeah, you gambled. The no voters win today. The no voters have won. I clicked the wrong thing. Yeah, the haters. The haters win. Hi. Welcome. Welcome. Hi. 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 No, we cannot ban the haters. No, we love the haters. Hi. Shondo is in the background. Oh, yes. And dot level, look. And dot level 2. Look at Shondo is in the background. Hold on, where's my pointing stick? Here's my pointing stick. I got my stick here. Look. Look. Look! 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 There they are! 1, 2, just like in chat. You're between women you like. Yes. Look! Look! 2 Barbie girls! Cool! I could conduct an orchestra. Yeah, so I became a Barbie doll, and look, look. Look. Soya player. How come there isn't a Lily doll? Because that's who I am. Hi. Volunteer stole the Lily doll. It's true, it's in the lore. You see Dot and Shondo? Who are the other ones? Oh, I'll show you. Let me show you. I love doing this. Look. This is Goki Dev. You see Goki Dev? Here. This is Goki Dev. This is Goki Dev's girlfriend. She's a little rabbit creature. Her name is Harper. Goki Dev. Harper. Lily. Goki Dev. Harper. Soya Poya. Soya Poya. Soya Poya. Fallen Shadow. Schnidu. Yeah, Fallen Shadow. Fallen Shadow. Soya Poya. Goki Dev. Harper. Lily Hopkins. Harper. Goki Dev. Soya Poya. Fallen Shadow. Alice Sawyer. Alice Sawyer. Gearty. Gearty. Gearty Cafe. Dot level. Gearty Cafe. Dot level.
Bravongo just subscribed. Hi. Raw.
Bravongo. Bravongo. Look, these are my fruits pigs. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 fruits pigs. Yes. Yes, I hope that answers some of your questions. Thank you very much for the 13 months, Bravongo. Hi. No, you cannot eat fruits pigs. No. No. Oh, you like the big cat? Where's my chat box? You usually don't get a good look over there. Look. Look. Big the Cat is my favorite Sonic the Hedgehog character. He's huge. He's a huge cat. And he's purple. Have a great day, Lucky Django. He's your favorite too? Awesome. His voice lines drive you crazy. Oh, let me get the pointer. Sorry. Where's my pointer? Look. Look, this is the big cat. This is the big cat. He's best friends with Froggy. Yeah, he has a frog. And they're best friends. And they have a song where they sing together. This is from Noita. This circle is from Noita. The green-eyed thing next to the switch, this. That's Green Eyes. Green Eyes is a special cryptid. Green Eyes has a 1% chance of appearing when you're watching a LilyHops stream at 3 a.m. No, should I go get a cookie? Should I go get a cookie? Should I go get a cookie? I have to pick a video. And the coffee? No, Frank Tinsley. Because if I have caffeine, I'll be jumping all over the place, remember? YouTube. YouTube. Hi, Ludon, welcome. You drink caffeine anymore?
I hate decaf too, just subscribed. Hi, Lily.
Yeah, hi. Welcome. Thank you very much for the 2 months. I hate decaf too. I hope you have a great 2 months in my channel. What kind of video should I look at? What most interesting gaming news? The biggest gaming leaks of the week. Wow! You don't drink coffee anymore. Oh, I see, I see. I see, I see, I see. I can do whatever I want because it's a long stream. So I can take my time, I can get cookies, I can make everything perfect. Biggest gaming news. This looks like a big video. Properties. Gaming news. I have to watch my gaming news every day. Before I go to gamer work, I have to watch my gaming news. It's time. It's time.
It's close. I got the latest info for you, some Assassin's Creed updates, I did some digging and found new info about the next Horizon, and way more gaming news to go over. So sit back and let's go. Let's start with 2 release dates for big upcoming games. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has been delayed out of 2024 to February 11th, 2025. And we should expect a lot of new stuff this coming week with a 25-minute gameplay trailer on August 21st, previews from press and creators.
Is the volume okay?
And
It looks
also
good.
playable for everyone if you go to Gamescom. The trailers so far have been looking very good, so I'm curious to see more. And we, by the way, get a new trailer already on Tuesday, August 20th, during the Jeff Keighley Gamescom opening night live
That's
stream.
him!
And on Twitter, he now revealed some of
That's
the
Jeff
highlights of things we
Keighley!
can expect at that show. Black Ops 6, Monster Hunter Wilds, which also playable for the first time at Gamescom.
What the hell? What kind of games? Call of Duty Black Ops 6. There's so many of them. I haven't played a Call of Duty Black Ops before. Monster Hunter Wilds. I want to play that. I want to play that. Marvel Rivals. That's the Overwatch one. It's like the Overwatch, Marvel Overwatch thing. I don't know what the other ones are.
Black Ops 6, Monster Hunter Wilds, which also playable for the first time at Gamescom, Marvel Rivals, Dune Awakening, Indiana Jones and The Great Circle will get a new trailer, and Civilization 7 as well. And that game is, by the way, also planned for early 2025. Like, early 2025 is going to get very big.
I love it when games have like cutscenes and trailers, and even in-game engine styles that make it look like toys. Look, it looks like toys.
Planned for early 2025. Like, early 2025 is going to get very
That looks
busy
so
after
cool.
Gamescom. We know Avowed is 1 week after Kingdom Come. Monster Hunter should be there probably in March.
Look.
Crimson Desert, that will also get a new trailer at Gamescom and is playable there as well. Should also
What
be
the
in early
heck?
2025.
Crimson
Dragon Age
Desert.
the Veilguard, though, will still be happening this year, but it will not be at Gamescom. Jeff Keighley himself actually confirmed that on Twitter under a Gamescom tweet that I did. So thanks, Jeff. EA namely has their own plan. The official Twitter account revealed a reveal roadmap.
I've never played a Dragon Age game before. Are they good? I've heard like some of them are good, but I don't know how to I don't know how to play RPGs. You like them all? They looked kind of like what's it called? Like Mass Effect, sort of. In terms of gameplay.
Map, which seems to be like a new trend to tease people when they will reveal stuff. Kingdom Come actually had one of these as well. I think it's handy. I haven't really seen those before, but we will probably see way more games to now do that. Either way, we now know the release date for Dragon Age, October 31st, 2 weeks before Shadows, absolutely perfect. And September seems like a big month in particular for the game, with IGN First dropping a ton of exclusive footage and way more. We will of course be covering it, so stay tuned. I hope this game delivers, because it does look good so far. And yeah, I mentioned Assassin's Creed already. Fingers crossed that we get a new Shadows trailer at the opening night live.
How many freaking Assassin's Creed games are there? There's so many, like, there's so many Call of Duty Black Ops games and so many Assassin's Creed games. And if you like the gameplay, then I guess that's a good thing, right? Like, if your favorite game is Assassin's Creed, you probably pog. Like, there's more Assassin's Creed! And this time, I get to be... whatever it is, this time. Japan! Japan.
Show on August 20th, that would be cool. But now the lead producer on the game shared some interesting insights to gamesindustry.biz. It's not about Shadows per se, but more about the overall development of Assassin's Creed games. For one, noting that 4 years offers the right balance to make a new Assassin's Creed game. Like when Shadows releases, it will have been in development for 4 years, which one of the longest development cycles for an Assassin's Creed game ever. During GDC in 2018, Ubisoft shared this timeline, and here we see that only the first Assassin's Creed, Unity, and Origins had a 4-year development cycle. So yeah, it's pretty interesting that the lead producer Carl is now saying, yeah, 4 years, that's the right balance to go from conception to production and get the feedback necessary to adapt. While again,
can you imagine working on a game for 4 years? Like, wouldn't that be scary if people ended up not liking it? And what if you worked on it super hard for 4 years and you're like, oh, I hope everybody likes this doorknob I worked on. Like, this very specific part of this game I worked on. I'm part of a small team. What do you think about that?
again, they've rarely done that. Now, worth noting is that Assassin's Creed Hexe, the next mainline game after Shadows, will be in development for more than 5 years, as that seems to be planned for fall 2026 and started in summer 2021 already. But yeah, it's overall a good trend, of course, that they give more time to these big Assassin's Creed games, so they're hopefully more polished. Good trend.
The next Assassin's Creed, look, the next Assassin's Creed is Blair Witch Project. Assassin's Creed, look, it's Blair Witch Project. Codename Hex. Will it have magic?
Seems to be planned for fall 2026 and started in summer 2021.
I would play Assassin's Creed with
it's overall
magic.
a good trend, of course, that they give more time to these big Assassin's Creed games, so they're hopefully more polished and fleshed out when they release. Like, you really notice that extra year of quality that Origins had over Odyssey and Valhalla. So I hope Shadows benefits from that as well. Another interesting thing is regarding the Anvil Pipeline upgraded engine they're now using for this new generation of consoles. The key here is that instead of having teams redo things that were already made for previous games, they're now better communicating to avoid this from happening, and they now really have the tech teams working together. When we build new features, we make sure those features are available for all projects. We are continuing to build and improve all the time. Like, sometimes moving from one Assassin's Creed game to the next felt like a step back in terms of AI, stealth, quality of life features that were then suddenly absent while they were added to the previous game. So I hope that that's a thing of the past. Now let's do some quick shots, news stories I will go over quickly, and that Horizon Online update. Of course, if you like the video so far, leave a like, that would really help me out, and subscribe, because we post one of these gaming news roundup videos.
Red Dead Redemption.
The first Red Dead Redemption is seemingly making its way to PC.
Is it like a remake?
Thanks to the PlayStation Store. Yeah, kind of weird news, but as you see here in an image from Wario64, this PlayStation Store description says now on PC for the first time ever. I think someone copy and pasted the wrong information, it seems. So this PC version should include the Game of the Year edition and all the features from the 2013 console version, with specific upgrades for PC, like increased
I haven't played Red Dead Revolver.
Rates, multiple displays, and more. Maybe it's a Gamescom shadow drop, but I totally expect this to be revealed very soon. I will keep you posted here. Remember Xbox shutting Tango Gameworks down? Well, it's back from the dead. Krafton,
Hi-Fi Rush, Hi-Fi Rush.
Striking Distance, the team that made Callisto Protocol, has bought the studio and now also got the rights to Hi-Fi Rush from Microsoft.
Hi-Fi Rush, do you remember that? That game was so cool. the whole time a song is playing in the background of the level, and the whole level like moves in time with the music, and you have to like enter your combat combos like along to the rhythm of the music that's playing. That was awesome.
To continue to work on the IP and other future
I
projects.
think like when I was playing that game at first I was like, oh, this is okay, I guess. But then like I don't know, I think it grew on me. That was such a cool original idea.
Projects, which could include a new Evil Within. Like, you don't hear this often, that a studio gets saved from being like shut down, but this is more than deserved. Always crazy that Microsoft decided to close the studio behind one of their most critically acclaimed titles. I know it probably did not sell well, but hey, they're keeping Ninja Theory open as well, and Hellblade 2 was number 37 in the best-selling games chart of May 2024, the month it came out. Like, that's really, really bad. I don't think the game even sold like 100,000 copies. I'm not saying that I want Ninja Theory to shutter, please no. I just hope they get to make something else, because it's a very talented team. Hellblade just is not it anymore. And hey
But if
Dennis,
somebody
I heard you
didn't
had
like,
some Witcher
what if somebody didn't like Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice very much, and they worked for IGN and they gave it like a 1 out of 10, and then in the closing line they were like, Hellblade, more like Smellblade, 1 out of 10, downvote, downvote. What if that happens? I didn't think it was a bad game. I wouldn't call it Smellblade, but somebody could.
4 news, so come in.
That's right, and this news actually comes from Doug Cockle, the one and only voice of Geralt of Rivia. In a video for the channel Fall Damage, Cockle mentioned 2 important things about the next Witcher game.
Fall
One
Damage.
is that Geralt will in fact be a part of the game, although he quickly followed it up by saying that we don't know how much. While it would be obvious to have him fill a similar role to Vesemir, if you consider the ending to Blood and Wine, I think the White Wolf isn't doing much Witcher related stuff anymore. And that also means we are getting a new protagonist, as Doug confirmed the next Witcher won't be about Geralt. He also said he doesn't know who it will be about, but I think the most obvious answer here is Ciri. She's been trained by
Doesn't Ciri have like giga powers of hell too? It says they put Hi-Fi Rush on Game Pass Day 1 and then they complained it didn't sell well. They did this with Grounded too. Do you know the game Grounded? I freaking love that game, and it was like on Game Pass forever. But so annoying that if you're going to use sales stats as a metric for like, oh, do people like this game? Do not like make a way to make it free at the same time it comes out, because people aren't gonna buy it, and it doesn't mean the game isn't bad. That's so annoying. But yeah, I totally agree with you.
Geralt is a very important character in the Witcher universe and has already appeared as a playable character in Witcher 3. The one question that does leave is how the new game will handle the ending of 3, as depending on your choices, both Ciri and Geralt end up in wildly different places. My guess is that Ciri becoming a Witcher is the canon ending, and that is where the story picks up, but I have to say that Ciri as the heir to Nilfgaard also sounds like a very interesting setting. I can't wait to hear more, and now back to you, Jordan.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I did some digging and found new info about the Horizon Online project, thanks to job listings on Gorilla's website. One thing they will namely do is change the behavior, so likely the moves and attacks for the iconic Horizon machines, so they work.
LilyHops.
Thank you very much for the 56 months of Tier 3, Weedo. Hello. You missed me losing in Noita. Weedo is a god at Noita, and I'm not very good at it, but I like it. Thank you very much for the support.
Against multiple players. Like, that is of course the main pitch for the game, fight the robot dinosaurs together in seemingly a group of 5. The game will also feature brand new machines, and they will use metrics, player feedback and other analytics to refine each machine over time, so maybe we can expect like big post-launch changes to the machines that we haven't really seen in the single player games. Although they did reduce the amount of discs in the Tanaja disc launcher in Zero Dawn that one time. Okay, before I get too nerdy, let's go back to the info about the online game, because it should still feature engaging story content that works hand in hand with our compelling gameplay. Like telling cool stories in the Horizon world that are not about Aloy, like there should be many quests in this game as well. I think that's gonna push every Horizon fan to at least give this a shot, even if they might not really play online games. The word stylized is also often used in these job postings, and this was of course an old image that was like leaked online. I really hope that they know what they're doing over at Guerrilla.
Stylized doesn't really mean anything, does it? I mean, like, I guess stylized technically means, like, not photorealistic, but if somebody says, like, oh, this art is in a style, like, what what does that mean? How do you know?
But maybe one of the reasons that they're not going for the more realistic graphics of the single player games is because they originally wanted to add co-op to the first game, but they shied away from that because the amount of detail would then drop by half. So the game would never look as good as that we got in Zero Dawn. And I can imagine that having 5 people in a team and maybe more like players in a social space could hurt them even more. So then
These are from Horizon. You can see these in what's it called, Death Stranding. You can have holograms of these things in Death Stranding, and I thought they were like, I didn't know what they were.
Players in a social space could hurt them even more. So then instead of making a less pretty version of Forbidden West, they went for a different graphic style. I hope it's like the Lego Horizon game where it still looks really good. We will have to wait and see. I'm just really curious, and I hope we see it at the PlayStation 5 Pro event that is likely taking place in September. You would think so, right, as the game director has been working on it for more than 6.5 years. I will be keeping you posted.
Their game studios. Their game studio is called Guerrilla Games. If I were the CEO of Guerrilla Games, I would put a big statue of a monkey out front, and I would have like, I would change the company slogan to "Let's Go Bananas."
And let me know what you think, of course, of the Horizon Online project in the comments down below. This coming week, we will have one of the biggest gaming weeks of the year. Of course, Black Myth Wukong will launch on Tuesday or even Monday if you are in the US. You see the launch schedule right here.
Oh, I heard about this. I heard about this.
Good luck for our review, streams, spoiler-free tips and tricks, and way more. We will, of course, also live react to the opening night live show at Gamescom on August 20th. You see the times right here.
I'm curious about the Dune Awakening game. I want to know about this one.
Stream and a countdown timer up on the channel, so hopefully you can watch with us. That would be a ton of fun. And just like browsing on YouTube in general,
yeah, Monster Hunter, it's gonna be so good.
Games. Dragon Age the Fieldguard will drop.
I'm going to bribe Goki into playing Monster Hunter Wilds with me, because the two of us played through like the entirety of Monster Hunter World, and Wilds is like a direct sequel to Worlds. So you had Monster Hunter World, and then Monster Hunter Rise, which was like pretty different from World, and then Wilds is like very much like World again, so it's going back to the 2 games ago. Yes. What upcoming game am I most excited about? I have to think about that. Maybe Monster Hunter Wilds. It might be. I have to think about it more though.
high-level gameplay this coming week and also a PC
What about
showcase.
you?
Just subscribe because
Everyone in chat, what game are you most looking forward to? I like a lot of indie games that I don't know exist until I see them, and then I play them and I'm like, this is so cool. So I need to get tips from people.
at the end of the week,
Gundam
we will of
Breaker.
course post a gaming news roundup video with all the highlights from games.
Phantom
and way,
Brave.
way more.
Civ
So subscribe and don't miss it.
7.
A like would really help me out.
That's
check out
so
the most recent video
cool.
with some interesting info
And the
on
new
Outlaws
Doom.
before playing that you can watch by clicking on the screen.
I didn't know there was a new Doom coming out. That's so cool. I hope the new Civ 7 is good. Gaming news. Let me watch some gaming news. Most interesting gaming news. Which gaming news should I watch? I have to learn about the monkey game.
Hey, and we're back with another episode of Before You Buy, that show where we give you some straight up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. As usual, it's me, Jake Baldino, and today we're talking about Black Myth
Hi, Jake Baldino.
Wukong. This is a big action combat adventure from Game Science. This is a mobile developer jumping into their first big console PC game. Now, this game has been slowly hyped up for years, from its graphics to its character and story.
I have never heard of this until, like, I think yesterday on Twitter.
And we've been cautiously keeping an eye on it. Now, keep in mind with this video, this is my first impressions after the first like 13, 14 hours or so, but I'm actually liking this one more than I expected. It's flawed for sure, but I think if you had your eye on this and you were hopeful, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's ambitious, and even where it stumbles, I think this is a great
I like the
debut for this
environment.
studio. And just so you know, I've been playing a review copy on PC. That's where all this footage is. And all of this gameplay footage you see here
What kind of
is
animal is that? What kind of animal
spoiler-free.
is that?
So-
Maybe it's an ancient Chinese animal.
if you haven't already heard this, it's important to note that Black Myth
Is it like a
is
rhino?
inspired by the 16th century classical Chinese novel Journey to the West. Now, this to me is one of the game's defining bits. It's why I was interested. You play as a badass monkey with a staff and you go on a really varied adventure fighting zombies and creatures, rat kings, evil ancient monks, dragons, you name it. This is a fairly linearly structured game with some diversions. It's not really a Souls-like, like many people expected. Sure, you rest and level up at like bonfire checkpoints, but that's really where the comparisons end. This is an action combat adventure with light RPG elements. You have some stats to worry about, but you're not upgrading like a multitude of stats like endurance and strength and magic and intelligence. No, it's all just focused on, you know, the basic level up and simple loot and character progression through a skill tree, and some other tricks along the way. Now, your character, as a baseline, has a heavy and light attack as well as a dodge. A lot of it is based around focus points, so you need to dodge and strike and do well to build this up, or hold a button to waste some stamina and charge it up, and then bam. When you have these points, you can launch a
Whoa,
more
look
powerful
at
heavy
how-
attack that can often stagger enemies and have other bonuses.
You can
also
deflect the
certain enemy
arrows.
projectiles, but
Look.
otherwise, your main defense is really just dodging like crazy. Perfect dodges are rewarded with a satisfying
This
effect and a little
okay. You know Sekiro is like all about parrying. This is like that, but all about dodging. It's all about evasion instead of parrying because you're a little monkey, and you're like, oh, you can't catch me. I'm a monkey. I'm gonna run around. I'm a monkey.
bonus. So get that focus stored up and hit
That's
triangle
so
at the right moment,
cool.
and bam! A Monster Hunter Greatsword level slam dunk that just feels so satisfying to properly pull off. There are also multiple stances that are swappable on the fly with the D-pad. These stances are really just variations on the monkey's staff. Oh, did I forget to mention that it's like a staff that can transform? Because that's part of the ancient lore, man. Get with it. These don't change your entire fighting style, but
This host, the guy who's talking about the game, is really cute.
they do matter the most with that charged heavy attack for situational shakeups. There's the big heavy slam, which is just so satisfying. I tend to stick with that as the main. Then there's the elevated staff where the monkey perches a
Yao Goo, I am king, stone vanguard of hell. What if you were really okay? What if you grew up reading Journey to the West and you pogged like you're like from chapter 3, and you knew all of the like things that they put in the game, that and this could be somebody's favorite game of all time. I bet you. They could be like, do you remember in chapter 6 in the first half when the monkey is walking past the big tree? Look, they put the big tree in the game. You can walk past the big tree.
Top it like a tall pole, avoiding some damage while also charging up a big downward slam. There's more, and I'm still experimenting with them, but I'll let you discover them. They seem pretty situational, and I've had a tendency to only swap to and use them in specific instances, more than just having them equipped and using them consistently. Even still, sometimes it's tough to learn where exactly a stance might work, because enemy attacks are so insane and aggressive, it can take a lot of trial and error to really get what the hell you're doing with a stance. A lot of the times you're given these stances and then their use case isn't really spelled out for you. You gotta just figure it out. But still, I kinda like these implementations. Along with that, you have a magic meter that you can spend on special abilities. The first one introduced to you is a temporary and pretty short enemy freeze, like catching them for just enough time to land a few hits. Some of these abilities are offensive, some that help a little bit in the defense department, and they're paced throughout the game and seem effective, but more importantly, entertaining and fun to pull off at the right moment. It's just so good to screw over an enemy at the last second. These are on cooldowns, but the bigger challenge and strategy is not burning your entire magic meter before getting to a challenging enemy where you're really gonna need it. You're also essentially defeating certain enemies and collecting some of their abilities. Our hero character is canonically like a shapeshifter, and throughout the game, you defeat and earn the ability to transform into these enemies temporarily. There's a full transformation where like you can temporarily become a different creature and walk around and kick ass, or ones that you trigger and you will transform for a moment for like a quick thing, or like a big special one-hit attack, or like a poison blast, stuff like that. These things give variation to a pretty
Okay, I get it. Civ 7. News. What the hell? That's a dedicated fan base.
Good day everyone and welcome to day 205.
Listen to his voice. Good day everybody.
I've turned 205 on the daily Civ 7 news update. We got some news today. We have this image that was uploaded to the Civ 7 Steam files. This is a bit of a long one, so strap in. First of all, just want to say I think the artwork here is phenomenal. As a serial paladin player, I love the white on gold aesthetic.
He's not tired of it. He's soothed. He's relaxed. Civ players play this every day. They're not like you. They're not like, oh, at 7 a.m. I'm going to go get my newspaper. At 10 a.m. I'm going to brush my teeth. No, he sees the world through centuries, through decades and centuries. He doesn't even look at it's just way bigger. He's a visionary. He sees the world, the whole world.
UI theming is going to look like. That'd be awesome. I will say, if there's one thing I liked about Humankind, and to be honest, there wasn't much, but the visuals and the feel of the user interface in that game I thought was fantastic, and this kind of reminds me of that.
He does. He sounds very cheeky,
being
doesn't he?
here, first of all, it's kind of like a clock. So around the outer rim, we have various wonders here. Starting at the sort of 3:15 position, we have the pyramids, and it goes around, ending with the Eiffel Tower in the modern era here. Now, our friends on the Civ Fanatics forums have been hard at work, as always, so go head over there to see the discussion around what wonders are being portrayed exactly, or comment down below with what you think. So also on the outer rim, we have these 3 big hexagons. Now this, to me, reads as representing eras. So as we go
He's doing a deep dive on this logo. He's like, He's analyzing the logo like, oh, does this mean the French will be in the game? And oh, look at this hexagon. Does this mean that there will be technology points you can spend? And look, oh, pyramids! Does that mean aliens will be in the game? Because aliens built the pyramids, you know. Do you know that the pyramids could not be built with modern technology? It has aliens.
6
It's
o'clock,
aliens.
yeah, we have the hammer and chisel representing, the ancient era. And we have the ship wheel at 9 o'clock representing the age of exploration. And then finally the gears up the top representing the industrial age. So that's my take anyway. As for the inner ring, there are 4 hexagons. And to be honest, this image is a bit small, a bit low resolution to really glean what we're looking at here. I'm not hearing anything definitive other than the bottom left one appears to be a corticus. It's a symbol mainly represented in medicine, but can also be a symbol of peace and commerce. As for the other 2, bottom right, that could be a sword and shield, and I'm stumped for the top 2. So, yeah, jury's out on that one, but if I had to bet, these are probably representing the 4 victory conditions of the game, but that's just a guess. One last small bit of news, kinda, is the 2K launcher will not be required to launch Civ 7, and it has also been removed from Civ 6. This moment was represented beautifully in Ursa's drawing today, possibly my favourite one yet. He's even got the lore-accurate year/turn combo. Fantastic detail there, awesome stuff as always. Go follow our friend from across the pond. Anyway, that's all from me today. I'll see everyone tomorrow, but until then, thanks for watching.
Okay, bye. What a mad lad. So what did he do on day 207? 12-second video.
Good day everyone and welcome to day 207, turn 207 of your daily Civ 7 news update. There is no news today. Thanks for watching.
Day 208.
Good day everyone and welcome to day 208, turn 208 of your daily Civ 7 news update. There is no news today. Thanks for watching.
That's funny, I like that. Civ 1 review.
When I think about games that have sucked the most man-hours from humanity over the years, Civilization is darned near the top of my list. There are very few games that can reliably turn the early morning into late night with you barely noticing, and it all started with Sid Meier's Civilization, released by
Is that what the
Microprose
box looks like? That looks awesome. What the heck? Is this like actually raised up? And like there's an ancient Egypt guy below it?
where in 1991 for MS-DOS PCs. Build an empire to stand the test of time, and bury giant Egyptian sarcophaguses underneath 20th century cities simultaneously.
That is such a
While
cool
Civ,
box
as it's
design.
often called, went on to appear on most every popular system of its day and spawned its own little gaming civilization of sequels. Its origins are pretty humble. Back in the 1980s, game designer Sid Meier was
That's him! That's him! That's the guy! That's him! That's Sid Meier.
exactly a household name yet. Sure, he'd made some pretty sweet military combat simulations and left his mark on the industry with his game Pirates. But it wasn't until Railroad Tycoon in 1990 that Meyer and fellow designer Bruce Shelley cemented themselves as game design royalty. A top-down sandbox game taking some cues from SimCity and combining economics with asset management, Railroad Tycoon was fantastic.
I love simple graphics like this. I think that looks so cool. I don't know why I like it so much. Maybe it's because you have to use your imagination more. It's like, oh, look at these little farms. Look at this. Oh, this is a city. Look at this. This is a mountain. It's so cool to me. Hi, Stalker Rocker. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a good time playing Super Mario World. Hi. Everyone, please follow Stalker Ocker. She is very epic.
Fantastic and really set the stage for something
You got
more
stuck on
ambitious.
outrageous.
That something turned out to be Civilization, a game partially inspired by the Avalon Hill board game of the same name, along with even more elements drawn from the 1987 computer game Empire, War Game of the Century. Instead of ruling an industry, the goal in Civ was to rule the world, starting in the Stone Age and working your way through the rest of time. It not only helped establish strategy and god games even more than Railroad Tycoon.
I know what game I want to show you after this. I thought of what... Fallen Shadow, I thought of what game I'm looking most forward to.
But it went
Hold on,
to
I have
sell
to learn about Civilization first, though.
millions, spawn a huge franchise, and it's time to choose your difficulty level. This not only changes requirements for advancement and AI complexity, but also when the game ends for scoring purposes. Next, to decide how many computer-controlled civilizations you want crowding up your world, and you have advisors that'll give you an idea of what needs to be done, but it's totally up to you as to whether or not you want
Hi,
to listen
Vera
to them.
Olsen,
Near
hi.
the beginning, it's pretty straightforward, though. Scout the area.
You played
make
Civ
sure
2
your
and you
cities
weren't
are
very
protected.
good.
There you go. Eventually, you'll run across native settlements, barbarians, or other civilizations. Settlements are often helpful.
I love the barbarians. I love the barbarians.
And can provide things like extra units and resources, though sometimes they'll unleash a horde of barbarians instead. Barbarians are just trouble, and will cause no small amount of aggravation until you exterminate them. And other civilizations, well, that's up to you to handle as you please. They can be a bit... Civilizations, well, that's up...
I like their faces in the background. Very funny. Okay. Empire of the Ants. This is the game that I'm looking forward to. I'll show you. It's a game about bugs. It's based on a novel. Look. 4 months ago, IGN. This is the game I'm
Empire of
looking
the
forward
Ants
to.
is really effective at making you feel like a very tiny being within a much larger world. As a new strategy adventure game set in the insect kingdom, you command an army of ants to explore, expand, and extract resources in a large, near photorealistic world that looks like it could be in someone's backyard. We got an early preview of the upcoming strategy adventure game starring tons and tons of ants. And
I know, it's a game all about bugs. You get to be a bunch of little bug guys, and you have to be like, I'm going to tell my bug guys what to do. You get to command a whole bunch of ants. And you are an ant. It is sick.
and saw how exploring a seemingly mundane world looks far grander and more treacherous from the
For
perspective
the queen!
of a lone ant.
Cute!
Empire of the Ants is based on the novels by Bernard Werber and puts you in the role of an ordinary ant who must navigate the insect hierarchy of an ant colony nestled in the woods, all while trying to understand what's going on in the world above the ground level of insect kind. As this ant protagonist, you'll eventually become one of the colony's most valuable assets, given their ease of mobility when exploring the vast landscape of wilderness and their budding skills as a commander of the colony's legion of ants. As you help the ant queen expand the population, you'll encounter rival colonies looking to take what's yours.
It's so cool.
Interestingly, this is the
I never see real-time strategy games like this. Like, you are like a little ant guy. Yes, exactly. You are a little ant guy, and it's like an RTS, but it's not top-down. You are like one of the guys. That's so cool.
second outing for Empire of the Ants in video game form, with the original 2000 game taking more of a grand strategy approach. This new attempt from developer Tower 5 mixes a narrative adventure game with ground-level strategy action, where you command an army to collect resources and lay siege to opposing factions.
You're the
In our
ant.
preview, we got to dive into the early missions of the story campaign, which saw the protagonist explore the surrounding areas around their colony. While playing as an ant in a video game on paper sounds rather dull, Empire of the Ants excitingly presents this conceit by really leaning into the scope of the world. When not commanding other insects, you can freely explore the colony's surrounding area and even chat with fellow ants who are named by their birth numbers. The quirky banter even feels
Cute.
scope of the world. When not commanding other insects, you can freely explore the colony's surrounding area and even chat with fellow ants who are
named by their birth numbers. The quirky banter even feels surprisingly human. Playing the ant, you're given a wide berth in exploration, which is helped by a control scheme that allows the ant to do nearly anything in the game. From the ant's perspective, the woodland area looks almost alien, with
It's
the
so
massive trees
pretty.
and plant life towering over everything, and abandoned junk items like a beaten-up soccer ball appearing like otherworldly artifacts. This focus on the ant perspective is really engaging and gives it something of a Watership Down like surrealist perspective from the insect world. But it also makes for an intriguing backdrop for the strategy element when that comes into play. When the need arises, you'll be able to lead your own legion of ants too. Similar to a console-style RTS, the strategy segments in Empire of the Ants puts you at ground level. You remain with the ants as you lead them to different areas to procure resources and take out rivals. With different unit types such as warriors, gunners, and worker ants, you'll need to balance your unit and positioning to face these challenges effectively. At one point, we were able to move some gunner units from a ranged position and then let the close ranged warrior units get head first into the action. It was interesting seeing the different swarms of ants converge. Seeing the detail in motion gives it something that has echoes of a National Geographic documentary, but with some quirky video game gimmicks thrown in. Empire of the Ants impressed us with its focus
Look,
on exploring a
mantis.
strange, small world and the ant community that resides in it. It also gave us the experience of commanding an army of ants to attack opposing forces, which was a lot of fun
Yeah,
to see in
that's
action.
kind of like
This blend of
Pikmin.
adventure and strategy elements is really intriguing to see in motion, and we came away thinking that the world feels a whole lot stranger from the
My
ants' point of
cat.
view, and that it has the makings of a game that can show off a different kind of adventure to dive into. For more on the latest upcoming games, check out our recent preview of Bitcraft, and of course, for everything else in the
What
world
the
of video
hell is
games,
Bitcraft?
The announcement of Bitcraft Age of Automata way back in 2021 caused quite the commotion in the IGN community, and I'm not gonna lie, I was skeptical. Though this survival crafting sandbox MMO looked absolutely beautiful, I wanted to see some evidence of how exactly players are supposed to craft this world together from the ground up. I was excited to finally go hands-on. I played the beginning stage.
Sim Ant was released in 1991. Sim Ant is so cool. But there's another Empire of the Ants game that came out in 2000. Yeah.
Stages of Bitcraft on PC, learning the basics of crafting and staking my claim in the world, before
Maybe it is AI, I don't know.
going on a fun little dungeon adventure. I can say that Bitcraft has come a long way since that initial announcement. What I played was memorable and, more importantly, fun. But it also has a long way to go. With the amount of ambition the developers are feeding into this game, it still remains to be seen whether Bitcraft will fulfill its lofty vision.
I wonder what's gonna happen to MMOs going forward. It feels like MMOs are struggling to maintain relevance. Yes. Because more and more game companies are like, we have to make single-player story-based experiences. We have to make movie games. We have to make more movies.
I was guided by Tyler Cloutier, co-founder of Studio Clockwork Labs, who builds Bitcraft as the first large-scale
Yeah, or
survival
Gacha.
crafting MMO. Though currently, it feels less like a world in which you have to survive, and more of an opportunity to build a civilization
level.
from the ground up, with the help of thousands of other players. As a PC gamer entering this world for the first time, I was immediately impressed by the graphics. The
Graphics are
colors
okay,
were
they're
gorgeous
okay.
and stylized.
It's interesting that it's like hex-based, and I like the flat colors. It looks kind of cool. What's the gameplay? I don't know, this doesn't look like something I would like very much.
Something you could do a little too easily, but as I quickly learned, this too requires crafting materials to raise or lower one hex-shaped terrain tile. The more you terraform a tile from its natural height, the more expensive and time-consuming it becomes.
I see.
The systems in place to prevent the world from devolving quickly into an unnavigable hellscape, but with enough teamwork, you could build a pyramid or replicate a picturesque mountain range. Progression in other aspects, such as specialization, seemed scant in my
I don't care about that. That looks boring.
Empire of
What games? Ooh, this looks cool. It's the last game released for every console. The last game released for every console. Alien Invasion. What's the last PS2 game? Isn't it Final Fantasy 11? Or is it like a soccer game? Look at that, it's an RPG. Thank you very much for following me. Hi. Clax! Clax, I wanna play some Clax. That looks like the game that comes with the robot for NES. The music for this game is terrifying. The music is like backroom score. What? The last NES game was the Lion King. There was a Lion King game for the NES? What the hell? I didn't know this existed. It looks unlicensed, okay. Shadowrun for Sega CD. It's official, apparently. Interesting. Because it looked a lot like the Genesis game. Why is listening to these games so comforting? I don't know. Does he? I didn't know that. Aren't these all supposed to be licensed? It just says the last game released for every console, so I'm not sure. 3D Tetris, wait. The last game released. The last game released for Virtual Boy was less than a year after the console came out. Oh! This game is supposed to be really good. This game is supposed to be really good, and it's what Puyo Puyo came out of. Yeah! I love the Game Gear, I love the Game Gear. You can jump on his little head. Yeah. You've never heard of these consoles in your life? Now you're learning about ultra retro gaming. The Super CD-ROM system? I've never heard of this. Dead of the Brain? Dead of the Brain? It's called Dead of the Brain. King of Fire. Oh, it's a PC Engine add-on. Okay. Final Fight Revenge.
0, 6, 6, 6, type.
try.
I like the sound effect. Whoa! I remember thinking this game was awesome. It's a quiz show! In Portuguese! A One Piece game, a One Piece game. The last game for Game Boy released was a One Piece game, and it's like an RPG. Wow. For some reason, they listed all the different PC Engine CD add-ons separately. That is weird. Tony Hawk 3? It's surprising that Game Boy only lasts, well, I guess 5 years. I guess that's pretty long. But some of the consoles before this were like, oh, 10 years after release. This game looks sick. Why does it make this like wet mouth sound? Snappy. 3 fun games. Snappy. Can I play Snappy? I think we should. I think we should play Snappy 3 fun games. Snappy 3. Okay, I wrote it down.
Throws it. Goodman comes up to make the play. At the 45.
Stop that jelly bit.
A 4-3. In this direction. Back breaking free. Brown makes the play.
Pro Evolution Soccer. Oh, okay, that's what I thought it was. Okay, right before this, there was a Final Fantasy 11 expansion, and it was one of the last games released. I think it was like the one before this, or like a few before this. Yes, I know Fallen Shadow. When I learned that, I freaked out too. I was so surprised. It's so much time after the release. Big Hero 6, that movie is awesome. The PS3 came out in 2006. Yeah, but they wanted to keep making games for it for another, like, million years. Was it supposed to make that sound? Is that part of the song? Oh, to avoid DMCA. Hi, Frog Puppy. Welcome. Oh, that was interesting. The most unique fighting game ever?
In the year 1998, one man by the name of Masahiro Onoguchi was on a quest to create an ambitious fighting game. Who? All you need to
What
know
did he
for now is
make?
that he worked on games like Tekken and Soul Edge
What
as a
did he
motion
do?
designer, but not just any kind of motion, 3D motion, ooh. I mean, it was the 90s. Game consoles were focused on 3D as it was all the rage back then. Your favorite game series were entering this realm, and fighting games were no exception. So, what do you get when you combine Genki?
Frank Tinsley, I don't know anything about fighting games though, so I can't do that. I can't do that. But if I knew about fighting games, I could maybe.
A game developer known for its racing games, and a guy who worked on these 3D fighters, you get Fighters Destiny! Fighters.
Apparently, you chat in my chat but have 0 logs. Oh.
It's very just subscribed.
Oh. Thank you very much for the subscription. It's very. I hope you enjoy the stream. Thank you very much.
Destiny is a 3D fighting game that shines with its unique point scoring system, but it never really got much recognition due in large part to one thing. The game was only released on the Nintendo 64. While it had a rich library of games, the family-friendly system didn't mesh all that well with the fighting game genre. The PlayStation had gems like Tekken 3 and Marvel vs. Capcom, but the N64's fighting game market was dominated by Super Smash Bros. And if you weren't a fan of platform fighters, your only choices at this point were Killer Instinct, one of the many mediocre 3D fighters, or Mortal Kombat Trilogy, which was literally just a downgraded version of its PS1 counterpart, right down to the crunchy audio.
You know what fighting game I love? On a retro console. Bushido Blade. I love Bushido Blade. It's so cool. It's so awesome.
I didn't play any wrong note.
Yeah, see, you're playing it like this.
Scorpion wins.
When ordinarily it goes like this.
Scorpion wins.
But enough of the game's history. How is the actual game? Well, on the surface, it doesn't look that great. Even with the upscaled graphics that I'm using, Fighters Destiny has an awfully amateurish look, especially compared to 3D fighters that predated. And
yeah, I know
tell
that dot
while
level,
the
but
game
you're
is in
not
motion,
supposed
it
to
comes
do
off as
that.
sluggish and stiff in a lot of areas. As far as the characters go, they're as generic as they come. Just look at poster boy Ryuji. If Identity Theft was a character, this would be it. Gameplay-wise, he has an in-your-face aggressive playstyle, easily accessible as a quote-unquote main character should be. Over on the right, we have Leon. With his pretty boy face and generic flaming gi, you can't tell me that this isn't supposed to be Ken Masters. And if you're still—
If I had a pet chameleon, I would name him Leon. Just so you know. And you can, if you live in the United States, you can literally drive to Florida and you can go to like any old bush on the side of the road in the wetlands and like pluck a bunch of chameleons off, because people will set their chameleons free in the wild and you can get a $200 chameleon for free out of a bush.
not convinced, why not check out his taunt?
Come on.
He acts as another well-balanced, straightforward character. Makes sense if you're going to be the Ken to Ryuji's Ryu. The rest of the characters followed the same generic standards as the first two,
for
with
free.
some of the most creative names I have ever heard of, such as Bob and Ninja. Thankfully, all of them do have their own quirks in battle, making for a
like the
variety of
clown.
playstyles that makes it easy for a player to find
You
a character
can't
that best
drive
suits
their
them. The starting
phone,
roster
child.
is small, but we also
It's
have
too
5 super characters
dangerous.
that stand out a bit more. I'm going to use this opportunity to mention the game modes at the same time, as 5 of them each unlocks one of the 5 fighters. First up is Boro, unlocked through the game's arcade mode. In this, you simply fight the 9 starter characters with Boro as your last opponent. Not exactly final boss material, but you unlock a character with long and practical block strings, and when you select her, you get this wicked laugh. Next up is Robert, unlocked through the game's fastest mode. Here the objective is to fight and defeat 4 characters in under a minute. Doing so gives you the training dummy that's used for the game's training mode. Robert is undoubtedly the game's joke character.
Have you
how
ever
99% of
have you
characters
ever
in
seen the fighting game One Must Fall? 2097?
You win.
Clang, clang. This game is so cool looking to me. One cool thing about this game is it's mecha based. This is a mecha game, so you get to pick the mech you want to pick and also the pilot, the person who's driving the mecha, and that determines, like, that will change the properties of your character. So you'll get like access to certain moves if you have like a specific pilot in a specific mech. I love when games do that.
You win.
This was the first fighting game you played. Impressive. I like him leaning against the wall.
You win.
Oh, same dev as Tyrion. Oh, cool.
You win.
I heard someone talking about Tyrion recently. What's this called? This is called One Must Fall 2097.
You win.
You win. If I had a fighting game, I would have the announcer be really casual and maybe like a little lethargic sounding, like, you win. Good job. Get ready. Fight.
You win.
What's this one? What's this one?
Short Enderman. Bam. What is this? That's so stupid. So I've coded your stupidest ideas to Minecraft. Part 7 billion. So this is a part of Calvair's suggestion, but this one in particular gave me an idea. So what if I switch the legs and the arms? Oh no, wait, hold up. Why am I missing a leg or an arm? Oh my gosh. Okay. So why does it look so stupid? So it looks some
I don't think I'm Minecraft pilled enough to appreciate this, but if I played more Minecraft, I bet you I would think it was fun. It's fun and funny. Yeah. I'm gonna watch this one.
This video is the complete story of one of the most insane embarks I've ever discovered in Dwarf Fortress. The location was remote and far to the northwest.
I don't think I have Tengu Gemini. Do you recommend it? Classic game room review. You love Dwarf Fortress? I love Dwarf Fortress too. I think it's great. Can you get a shout out for your friend Irons? Okay. Hi. Ow.
Around the plains of the cold tundra, titans lurk, giving the place the feeling of a FromSoft game. And combine that with a curse so deadly that no dwarf can survive it. But before we delve too deeply into the playthrough itself, let's talk about Dwarf Fortress for a second. Dwarf Fortress is a video game that is one of the original inspirations for RimWorld and Minecraft, and a game that has been in development.
What I love so much about Dwarf Fortress is your imagination can completely run away with it. You can have the craziest, most insane ideas in Dwarf Fortress and just completely you can be transported to another world. You can be like completely invested in like a storyline that's going on and no one else will ever have the same experience. It's so cool.
development for almost 20 years by Zach and Tarn Adams. The game has two primary modes, Fortress Mode and Adventure Mode. Fortress Mode, you play as a colony of dwarves trying to survive against the elements and brew as much alcohol as possible while, of course, delving deeply and greedily. While Adventure Mode is the solo RPG mode, allowing you to travel around the wilds as a solo individual adventurer, discovering the secrets that it may have hidden within it, and the generated histories and learning about the characters and civilizations. And with so much procedural generation going on, this can allow for anomalies. When I was generating the world that this particular video is going to be taking place in, I was using advanced world generation, the ability to tweak different settings within the generation itself. While it can cause some really cool rock formations, it can also cause some really strange occurrences. And we found a strange occurrence. Not only was it an extremely strange occurrence, but it was one that made the area almost unplayable. If you travel there in adventure mode, you immediately become a zombified husk, and if you settle there in fortress mode, the same thing occurs. But I thought that this would be a really fun place for a fortress, seeing as it would be almost impossible to grow the population, and anything that walks around above ground for any extended period of time loses their mind and becomes a zombified husk that is the equivalent of a goddamn Terminator. This is the story, or adventure, of Godly Tombs, a dwarven fortress that I spent over 50 hours building on stream. If you would like to see the entire VOD collection, you can actually find that here on my extras channel, but this is going to be much more condensed than that. Speaking of the world generation and the map itself, the more experienced Dwarf Fortress players out there might be wondering, but Blind, isn't this just a haunted biome with evil weather? Well, yes and no. So I'm going to explain why the location is so unique while we go through the process.
I want to watch a cheese vid. I'm bored. I'll watch this.
Very simple and very efficient. If you would like a more detailed video on how to do these things, I'll attach a link in the description. It's this one.
How to make cheese. How to make cheese for beginners.
Hey guys, this is Jim of From Scratch Farmstead, and today we're going to make some cheese, and we're going to make a hard cheese. And if you've never made a hard cheese before, this is the place to start. This recipe.
If you've never made a hard cheese before, maybe you should go back to easy mode.
It's so simple. You can use all the equipment you already have at home. You don't need a cheese cave. And so let's get into it. We're going to make a farmhouse cheddar. So our family started making cheese several years ago, and we started with just a basic mozzarella recipe.
He's so tall.
We still make mozzarella today and love it. But at one point we wanted to try and start making a hard cheese, and so we looked at some different recipes out there, saw what the options were, and it can get pretty complex when you're talking hard cheeses. There's lots of different cultures involved, there can be lots of equipment needed, time for aging, things like that, and so we wanted something really basic just to start with. So at the time we were kind of living in Amish country, and the Amish are super resourceful people, right? And they live off the land, and so we got some inspiration from them. They make this really basic farmhouse cheddar recipe. And so what you use to culture it is just either yogurt or kefir, which likely you have one of those on hand. From there, you don't need any special equipment or anything like that. The only things that I've picked up is a good thermometer and then a curd spoon. You could just use a slotted spoon, but I found it really helpful to have a spoon specifically designed to scoop curd. It's just more efficient. But as far as like a cheese press goes, I'll show you how to basically rig one up with...
Lily, what is your wisdom?
Hi. Welcome, the Critic of Innocence. Thank you very much for the 8 months. I'm learning about how to make hard cheese.
Supplies that you probably already have on hand in the kitchen, and then you don't even need a cheese cave. You just have to find a cool spot in your house to keep your cheese and age it for about a month, and that's it. And so we're gonna get right into it and make some farmhouse cheddar.
So
as I'm pouring milk into the stock pot,
Hi Lily, I hope you are having a great big stream. I am ready for cheese.
Hi Noella, thank you very much for the 7 months, Noella. And I am enjoying my cheesy stream.
I'll mention here that we will have the full recipe for this farmhouse cheddar on our website from scratchfarmstead.com, and I'll also include a link below. And this is a
I learned that you don't have to shake milk if it's pasteurized. Is that true? If it's pasteurized and homogenized and stuff. Yeah, homogenized. I learned that milk is a solution of butterfat globules suspended in a water solution. You shouldn't shake milk. It makes it dizzy. No, phone shadow wrong again. I hear it's really fast. If you Okay, everyone's making jokes about cheese and milk and stuff.
really forgiving hard cheese recipe. So if this is your first time attempting making hard cheese, you are in the right spot. So to start, you'll want to find the freshest milk that you can, and so check with local farmers or local sources of milk if you can. We actually use the milk from
Do you think the local sources of milk is like a big talking cow?
our family milk cow, and so that was milked probably either that day or the day before, and so as fresh of milk as you can find, and really as raw or unprocessed
I
milk
love
as you can find is your
cows.
best bet for really any cheese making.
Cows
Look
are
for
so
milk that is
cute.
not
They're like black and white
ultra-pasteurized. There's
horses.
different levels of pasteurization that milk goes through, and you want as low of pasteurization as possible. And you can also try and find milk
My
that's
family milk cow.
non-homogenized, meaning that the cream separates from the milk itself, and you can see that
This guy lives in Amish County though, so he lives among the Amish. That's why he has a family moo milker. If a cow exists, her default name is Betsy. I love getting cows in Harvest Moon. They're so cute. I love cows.
What I'm doing here is I pour in about half the jar of milk and then shake up the rest. I'm actually shaking in the cream just to make sure it's all mixed together good. So start with the freshest milk that you can find for your cheese making. Alright, so all the milk is in the stock pot now. We're going to place the thermometer in the pot. I like to use a 12-inch stick thermometer with a clip on it so it clips easily to the side of a pot. You don't need a ton of equipment for this recipe, but I will link any of the equipment that I use below so you can see what that is. Alright, so we're going to move the stock pot to a stovetop burner and put it on about a medium heat, and you're going to be heating the milk up to 90 degrees. And so stir it regularly throughout this process. It will take some time. You just want it to heat up slowly. There's no need to put the heat up too high and get it heating up too fast. Just let it heat up slowly to 90 degrees and stir it regularly. I didn't mention this earlier, but I'm using 2.5 gallons of milk for this farmhouse cheddar recipe. That's really based on my stock pot, and that's about as much as it will fit. You can
He's
use
just
more
boiling
milk
his
or
milk.
less milk. I'd recommend using at least 2 gallons.
He's just a milk
to get
boiler.
kind of a good solid wheel of cheese as a final product.
You're
But
not a
anywhere from
cheese
2
maker.
to 5 gallons or even more would do
Clickbait.
fine. So while that milk
You're
is
just a
heating
milk
up, you're gonna get
boiler.
your next step ready, which is adding your yogurt or your kefir in as a culture to the milk once it hits 90 degrees. So I'm using here a 1/3 cup of kefir, or you can use a 1/3 cup of yogurt. You'll just want to use plain yogurt, and so pour that into a measuring cup, and then you'll want to add a couple teaspoons of milk to dilute that yogurt or
Do
kefir.
it, Noah
And so what I
channel.
usually
Do
just
it, do
here,
it.
as you can see, is pour what kind of settles in at the bottom of the milk
I don't know
jugs that I already
sneaker
used.
nuts.
And then you're going to mix that together good. And then we're going to jump back over to our milk that has been warming up on the stovetop.
Zip
And as you can
file
see, it's
milk.
right about at 90 degrees now. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that off
Okay,
the
you
stovetop.
boiled the milk.
So here's where we have our
Culture,
diluted
culture.
either yogurt or kefir ready. And we have our
Good,
90-degree milk. So I'm gonna give it a little stir first and then pour that into the pot. And I'm gonna stir the milk in the pot right away for about a minute.
A
And you
man
really
of
just wanna
culture.
mix that up good. Get that
Isn't that
yogurt,
cultural
the cultures from
appropriation?
there going and really incorporated well into the milk fully. So give that a good stir for about a minute, and then after that you're gonna take your spoon and your thermometer out, put the cover back on, and just let that milk
Do you
sit there
just literally
undisturbed
boil
for about
milk?
10 minutes. Going a little longer doesn't hurt it, but you want to go for at least 10 minutes and really let that culture set in and establish in the milk. And while you're waiting for your milk to culture, you can start getting your rennet ready, which is the next step. So rennet is what coagulates the milk. It turns it from
Rennet?
a liquid to a solid. So I like to use rennet tablets. That is the most natural form of rennet I've found for home cheese making. I've used 3 tablets here. You'll want to check out
Yeah,
the
I think
rennet
he means
packaging
90F.
that you're using and see what the
Reddit
recommended
coagulates
dosages
the
are.
milk?
But 3 has
No.
seemed to be the right amount for 2.5 gallons for what I'm using. I like to use about a 1/4 cup of water per tablet, so I have about 3/4 cups here. And you can see as the tablets just sit in the water, they start to dissolve. Then I go.
He's not adding drugs to the cheese. He's adding Reddit to coagulate the milk. He wants to coagulate it and then mix it with his fear.
In there with a spoon
His
and
fears.
just start breaking them up and turn them more into a powder form until they are fully dissolved. You want to give them a really good stir after that and make sure that they
Jesse,
are
we need to
fully
make cheese and they make blue cheese.
dissolved into the water. I should also note that you'll want to use unchlorinated water for this. Alright, so it's been about 10 minutes, and throughout the rest of this process you'll want to try and maintain a consistent 90-degree temperature on your milk. The easiest way I've found to do this is to create a double boiler system. If you have a double boiler, that's great. I didn't have one, so I just use a larger stock pot, fill it about 1/4 to 1/3 full with just warm tap water, and then place my stock pot with the milk in it inside of that. And we're going to take off the cover of the pot, put the thermometer back in just to check where things are at, give the milk a little bit of a stir.
You said
here,
you used a
and
curd
then I'm
ladle,
gonna
you
go
liar.
ahead and add in my rennet, and you'll want to add in the rennet pretty quickly. Just pour it in and then stir it again
Grandma T
for
just
about a
subscribed.
minute, somewhat
Wait,
vigorously.
are you gonna unban Dinky underscore?
Guarantee. Denchi said the same thing about you. Denchi said the same thing about you.
Ghost Tower just subscribed.
Hi, thank you very much for the 34 months at tier 3 gear tier. I appreciate you very much. And this is my big stream. And hi, Ghost Tower, thank you very much for the 33 months. I hope you enjoy my big stream too.
Fluxy just subscribed.
Hi, Fluxy. Hi. Thank you very much for the 5 months. I'm gonna be streaming every day this week unless I mess up. But I'm gonna try to stream every day this week. Hi, Rhea. Hi. Welcome. Rhea is a great streamer. Yes. Yes.
You want to just make sure that rennet especially gets stirred in quickly and is fully
And Noelle
mixed
is a
into
great
the
streamer
entire
too.
pot of milk. And so stir that as thoroughly as you can. And you're just going to want to let this sit undisturbed for probably a good 20 to 40 minutes. The curd is actually separating from the whey in this process. And so you'll know that it's done when you have what's called a clean break. And a clean break is essentially when your curd is set. And so you test that by taking a finger and just inserting it at about a 45-degree angle into the top of your pot and then pulling it straight up. And if the curd breaks cleanly, then you know you've achieved a clean.
So are you telling me that every cheese I've ever eaten has had this guy's finger in it?
break. Now I tested it here once and it wasn't quite where I wanted it to be. I could tell the curd was still setting up
Hi,
a little
Uo.
bit.
Hi, welcome. I love you. I love you and your lab. You're my favorite.
And so I left it sit there for another 5 to 10 minutes. and
That's
then I
not.
came
That's
back,
not a
did
clean
another
break.
clean break
I
test,
love
and
your
that's
stream
where-
very,
Just subscribed.
very much.
Pog Lily will be streaming more.
Hi, QSA Guardian. Welcome. Thank you for the 5 months. Thank you for being my guildmate. Welcome. Welcome. Uazlab is a phenomenal streamer. Very, very groundbreaking and funny, I would say.
Break there. So after that, you're going to cube your curd into roughly 1-inch chunks. So take your long bladed knife and start cutting vertical slices through the curd, roughly 1 inch apart. So I start kind of top to bottom and then I go left to right. So once you have that checker pattern sort of cut on your curd vertically, then you'll want to start slicing your curd.
Oh, but this is a hard
horizontally.
cheese. He's gonna age this for like a century. So it doesn't even matter that he slipped his finger into it. Because this is gonna sit in like his basement for like 5 decades before it becomes hard cheese.
And so you just do the best you
I
can.
think it has
with
to like
this step.
completely
It's hard to
desiccate.
tell exactly what you're cutting, but I just hold the knife kind of horizontally and slice roughly every 1 inch, or as best as you can judge. Start with one direction, switch to the other side, and then I try and make sure I go in there at kind of all 4 sides.
They call it cheddar because finger basement cheese doesn't sound as good.
Of cutting up the curd. You're not going to get everything, but during the next step, when you're starting to stir your curd, you can just continue to break up any long or large pieces that you find that didn't get cut during this step. So now we're going to move on to stirring the curd. And so what you've done with cutting the curd into cubes is created more surface area so the curd can release its way more efficiently. To start, the curd has sharp edges to it, like a cube or a square, but as you go, the curd cubes are going to lose their sharp edges and they're going to have more rounded edges, and that's
Dot level, would you prefer we watch the making of a different food item? Is there a food item you already dislike so we can watch the making of it so you can be like, I knew it. I knew this thing was gross. Everybody eats it like it's no big deal. But I knew it was disgusting. It's too late. Well, you can... Dairy is inherently gross. Oh yeah, you already felt that. Okay, never mind,
because
never mind.
that curd is releasing its way and it's actually shrinking up a bit. And so
Yeah, I forgot how gross butterfat globules and Reddit could be. And that's even before he starts slipping his finger into it and leaving it out in his basement for the rats to nibble on. Let's find a video about honey extraction from hive. Satisfying. Hi Hopsity, welcome. Oh, I love honey. I love honey, 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 honey. Eating 8 gallons of honey. Don't mind if I do.
The 2 different types of honey.
You want to learn about cheddar? Okay, we'll speedrun it. Hold on.
hey guys, this is Jim from into those cracks, and
It's
you'll
oh
really
wow,
want to make
and
sure
there
the
you
whole
have it.
cheese is encased in butter. So
There it
make
is,
sure you
it's
get every
cheese.
make sure that the cheese is draining in the press nice
Okay.
and evenly.
It
But I
was
like to make
wrapped
sure
in
that
this
the cloth
cloth.
that the cheese is wrapped in is sitting
This
really
cloth
flat.
for cheese.
That makes for a much prettier, nicer looking cheese without all the ripples in it. And so spend a little bit hard. You're going to put your cheese away to age it. So you just put it back on the drying
You wonder if this annoys the bees? You have to leave enough honey for them to eat. You can't like you can only really take it safely if they have stored like a bunch of it. You're deathly afraid of wasps, and sometimes you watch videos of wasp nests and just enjoy it. They make amazing noises. I like it's kind of like the brown noise that people are like, oh, listen to this noise, listen to this frequency of noise for ASMR. No, not the brown note. No, it's different. Hey, lazy time. That's an extractor. It's like a centrifuge. And you can get bigger extractors that you can put multiple frames in, but you have to make sure when you're using a centrifuge, you have to make sure that it's balanced. You have to balance the centrifuge or else it won't work. Because you're changing the point in which it's spinning around. Oh, you're a beekeeper named 5 Bees. Drone, queen, worker, larvae, egg. Oh, I didn't know that. 12 cans. That is a lot of scary. I don't know why I said it like that. Do the bees reuse that? Yes, they do, they do. Are you Woozy posting, huh? You Woozy posting over there. This is called a smoker. You don't have to use one. But the smoke, you can use anything as fuel for your smoker, and most people just use like whatever materials are around where they live, like pine needles or like dry grass and stuff like that. And the reason why people use it is because it makes the bees a lot more docile. So if you have a colony of bees that's very aggressive, or like well, I should say defensive rather than aggressive, like they're trying to protect their house and you're like, I want to go in your house, and they're like, can you please not go in our house, and then you spray them with the smoke and then they like go away for a little bit. They like stop fighting you. Yeah, it depends on the colony. It depends on the colony, it depends on the beekeeper. It depends on all kinds of things. Like this, I can tell this person is like a lot more like proper than I am with bees. Like I usually don't have like a suit or gloves on. Sometimes I put a veil on, depending on how active they are, and I don't use a smoker like hardly ever. I use a smoker if the queen is like dead or missing, because if the queen is gone, the rest of the bees, they freak out. But other than that, like, it doesn't really bother me. Thank you very much for the follow. How many times did Ungloves hand kids get stung by my hands? I have been stung on the hand 2 times. 2 times, I think, in 3 years. And both of those times, I did something to make the bees uncomfortable, not the other way around. You have to use a smoker if your adult level hive runs out of Chips Ahoy. They kind of lose it. No! Look! You see this this yellow thing? You see this yellow thing? This is called a queen excluder. And it's a piece of plastic with like a bunch of holes in it. And guess what? You see these bees on top? These are worker bees. And you wanna know how I know? These holes in the queen excluder are big enough for worker bees to come through the holes, but they're not big enough for the queen to go through. That's why it's called a queen excluder. So say you have 2 boxes. You have this box, an excluder, and then a box on top. If you know the queen is in the bottom box and you put an excluder in between this one and a top box, you will never have baby bees in the top box because the queen can't go through the excluder to lay eggs. So the top box will just have honey and it will never have baby bees in it. You wonder if the bees will carry the honey through the excluder. Yes, they do carry the honey through their excluder. Bees have an organ that they use to store liquids in called their crop. It's called their honey crop. And it's like a stomach, but it doesn't go anywhere. They don't like absorb the food in their crop. They just use it to carry around. And it serves like a social function. They can like bring food to their best friend. They can be like, oh, you've been working really hard. Here, have some honey. I got this honey from this apple tree. It's really good. Yum, 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 yum. And then they can like share with each other. So yeah, they can carry it pretty easily. I like the sound that they make. The sound that the bees make, it's very nice. What is the paper? Sorry, I spaced out. What paper? Where paper? Where's the paper? The bees have eaten their sugar and the paper. I don't know what they're talking about. They've eaten their sugar and the paper. I don't know what that is. No, they don't. Oh, look at this. How can you have sugar if you don't eat your paper? Yeah, that is true, Nethel. That is true. So this person is scraping the wax from the top. A lot of the time, bees will try to be like... So bees naturally will sense like gaps that are bigger than the dimensions of like a single bee. And they will like make wax and try to like seal cracks with propolis. And they basically want to make it a specific dimension. And that's like that concept is called bee space. So if you violate bee space, like if you don't put in one of the frames, for example, they will try to like seal that side to make it as if like that space were full. They don't want it to be like just a big gap. So what happens across the top of the frames is a lot of the time they'll make like comb randomly, and that's called bridged comb or burr comb. And basically they're trying to reduce the like open space here. And they do that for protection. They do that for thermoregulation. There's like a number of reasons why they try to like make their home like smaller and more condensed. Look, he sprayed the bees with the smoker, and they're on top, and look where they go. See, they're running underneath. They're trying to get in between the frames now. And some people think that reaction, like the way they react, the way they behave when they're smoked, they think there's like a fire. And so they're like eating honey to like try to save honey. Like, oh no, our house is on fire. We gotta eat the food before it burns. I don't know if that's true, but that's just what I heard. Like, they definitely do that, but I'm not sure if the reason for it is like, I think that's like maybe a little anthropomorphized, a little bit, but I don't know. Last snack. Time to have a snack. Nom, nom, nom. Yeah, I talk to the bees. I talk to the bees when I'm with the bees, and I talk to my plants when I'm gardening. I just talk to all kinds of stuff. I don't talk to my food while I'm cooking, though. See, like, they all go underneath. Oh, somebody asked if it was a problem if there's too much wax. Okay, yeah. So the bees make this like burr comb or bridge comb, and they try to reduce to bee space, right? And the reason why the beekeeper wants to like eliminate that is because it's a safety concern with so like if they're making comb in weird places, the queen will still like try to lay eggs in those like cells, and if they're in a place where you could like accidentally crush her, that would be a problem for like the whole colony. So it's kind of like a safety thing a little bit, but it's, you don't technically have to, but I think a lot of people prefer to like keep it like neat and organized for that reason. Hi, the engineer. Welcome. I hope you have a good day at work. Dog sniffer. Classic Chocolate Jacks. I'm gonna get a cookie after this. After this video, I will get a cookie. Look at all of these. You like them? Can we do a higher? Can we get much higher? Enhance. I love how their wings, like, reflect. It's so pretty. I don't know how high bees fly actually. I know that bees fly in a radius of like 2.5 miles away from their house, but I don't know how high they fly up. I know some people keep bees on like rooftops in urban areas where you can't have like a forest to put your bees in. A lot of people are like, oh, I'll just put my beehive on my like little outside walkie thing. What is that called? I never had an outside walkie thing. What's the outside walkie thing called? Balcony. Thank you very much, Slobberoni. Look at all those chickens. If it's harvest time, how do you get the bees off the frame? Well, you take a frame out and you shake it. You shake it a bunch. And that'll get most of the bees off. It doesn't hurt them. You can shake a frame, like you grab it and you like pull it down really fast. You shake it like that. You like, and most of the bees, they like fall off, and in midair they fly. And that's how you get most of them off. And the remaining ones, you can brush them off. You can, but yeah, you can get them off like relatively easy. Hedusagi, welcome back from your meetings. I hope you had an awesome meeting day. Hi. No, bees aren't aggressive. I always heard that bees are defensive, not aggressive. And bees don't want to sting you because they know they'll die. In fact, if they sting you, they'll try to get their stinger out without pulling it out and killing them. They try really hard not to die. Because they don't want to. But if they feel like it will protect their sisters from dying, they will die happily. They would rather not die for nothing. That's the thing. They would rather not die for nothing, but if they feel like they have to die, they're like, okay, I'll do it. Yeah, bees know their own mortality, they do. And guess what? Before a bee stings you, it'll do a bunch of other stuff to try to get you to do what it wants. Like, they'll headbutt you. If a bee thinks you're like a bear and you're like stealing their honey and stuff, and you're like, I'm gonna break open the beehive, they'll headbutt you. They'll fly into you a few times. They'll be like, go away, go away. They'll try to intimidate you and like get you to go away. And they'll only sting you if you don't, or if you like threaten them. And a lot of the time, the number one biggest thing that makes bees sting you, the number one thing, is if you do a body movement that makes them think you're going to crush them. Like if you swat at them, or if you shift your hand, or like you scratch at your skin where they're underneath, like they will sting because they're like, oh no, I'm gonna die anyway. That's like the number one time I see people get stung. So this is how he's feeding his bees, with sugar on paper. He's giving them like sugar paper. Where I live, they always give sugar water. Like a sugar water solution. Like a syrupy thingy. I'm not sure, but you can probably make it at home. I bet you what it is it's just like a piece of, like a brown paper bag that they dipped in sugar water. I bet you, oh I see, they're pouring actual granulated sugar onto it. Yes, Big Iron, it does. And actually, so giving them sugar water helps a ton in like a bunch of different situations, and a lot of people who run like commercial beekeeping operations, they will take like more honey than you're usually supposed to. They'll take like all of the honey instead of half the honey, and then they'll just give the bees like a ton of sugar water. And the reason why is because granulated sugar is less expensive, like by weight, than honey is. So they're basically like, okay, I'll buy sugar and convert it into honey because honey is more expensive. Oh, your camera shut off. You get lost bees inside your work near your large machinery? Maybe. I don't know, I'm not sure. Does the queen mostly stay put? The queen walks around super fast. The queen is faster walking than any other bee, and she walks everywhere. And the other bees, it's so cute to watch them because they're like stumbling over themselves. Like they'll trip into their friends and like wiggle around, and they try to get out of her way. They like rush out of her way really fast because she's super fast and way bigger. So she just goes wherever she wants, and everybody else is like, oh, we gotta get out of the way. It's the queen. It's the queen. Make way. Make way for the queen. Good night, Zeus. Thank you for watching. Oh, Queen Queer, you're not supposed to give bees honey unless it's like I think I've heard that you can if it's from that colony, but if you like buy honey in the store, you're not supposed to give it to like your bee colonies because it has like a lot of microbes and stuff from other colonies, and that you can spread diseases to bees like that. Bees and humans do not have any known overlapping diseases. So when a disease crosses from animal boundaries, like, oh, this disease came from birds and it mutated and it came to humans, that process is called zoonosis. Zoonosis. But it's impossible between humans and bees because there are no known diseases that are shared between the two. Yeah. But did you know that some animals can give humans diseases? Like white-tailed deer are like one of the biggest carriers of COVID. So the same COVID that humans can get, deer carry it too. And you can get them sick and they can get you sick. Yes. Denshi, no, that's not real. No, Denshi, that's not real. I'm going to get a cookie. Be right back. It is cookie time for me. I want to have a cookie. Hi. 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 Here. I had a cookie. I ate my cookie. I'm a cookie eater. And now I'm here. Now I'm back. When my energy goes down, I talk like this now. I'm sorry, my energy is low. Sorry. My cookie was very good. I loved it. I loved eating my cookie. I went nom, 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 nom. My cookie was Reese's Pieces flavored. And I brought you one. I brought you Reese's Pieces cookies. I'm still awake. I'm gonna be awake for a long time still. Yes, very long. Very time. What should we do? Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, 5 hours and 40 minutes. It's a long stream for me already. Your earbuds are out of battery. Oh no. Cuphead. I love Cuphead. Magic the Gathering Arena. I love Magic the Gathering Arena. And guess what? The current Magical Gathering set is Bloomborough. The coolest set ever made. Cave videos. I forgot all about cave videos. I love cave entertainment. You might reinstall to play the Time Ice. I might reread all the Redwall books. I might read a bunch of mouse adventures. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, the Bloomborough cards are awesome. Sornamar, you can play Apico. You can play a game called Apico is a game like that. Hi. You should really make sure you're drinking enough water every single day. If you don't have enough water, you will get a headache. You will become very thirsty. You will be so thirsty and you'll be angry. You'll be like, "Arr, arr, arr." No, you cannot skip 1 or 2 days. No. No, Denji. No, you cannot. No. Go, go, go. No, you cannot skip a week. You have to drink water every single day. Or something similar to water. You know, with a lot of insects, you cannot give them water because they'll drown. Like if you raise crickets, you cannot give them liquid water. You have to give them this like watery jelly. You have to feed them jelly and they're like, oh boy, jelly. And they'll eat it and it's like water for them, but it's solid. It's gel. Tomikaze, welcome. Welcome to my stream. My long stream. This is my big long stream. Today I will stream a lot. They have to go buy the jelly. Pizza ball. Pizza ball. Yeah, plants are full of water. Thank you, Bunny Lock. There's a lot of bunnies in my forest this year. There must have been some kind of bunny population boom. Because we have way more bunnies this year than we've ever had before. Yes, they have lots of greens. Tons of them. Them bunnies drive the dogs crazy. Is that a quote from something, Popato? How many cards do you prefer in your Magic the Gathering arena decks? Well, there's 60 if it's constructed, but I typically play sealed, so 40. My favorite... Oh, I see what you're... That's a clever way of asking, like, do you play Commander? I see what you're saying, The insta-loss of 0 cards is scary. Yeah. Depending on what decks you're playing against, yeah. I've played a little bit of Commander, but not a ton. I tend to play drafts. I love drafting. In my opinion, drafting is the most interesting thing about like TCGs in general. It's so creative because what I love about drafting is that it turns the deck building itself into a game. I see a cat outside my window. Cat detected.
Steel Throne just subscribed. Happy to be here. Thank you, Lily.
Hi. Thank you very much for the 37 months, Steel Throne. I'm gonna stream again tomorrow, by the way. I'm gonna stream every day. For a week. Do you like any deck builder games? I used to play a bunch of deck builder games. I think there's one called Ascension that I really liked. And there was one called Dominion, I think. Is it called Dominion? No, I'm thinking of a different game. I didn't play Dominion, but I watched it. Action, adventure, twins. It's my big week. It is. 9 days ago, going into a low airspace river cave during a thunderstorm.
Check this out, guys. We're here at this guy's property, and he just allowed us to go into his 5-mile long cave. So we're gonna go check it out. I think it's a river cave. He said water comes spilling out of here when it rains really hard. So, oh, that feels nice. I just got hit with a nice wave of cold air. It's so hot out here today. So the guy told us that there's really deep pool of water that almost meets up with the ceiling. So I got a wetsuit on under this. Dave's coming back. He got his wetsuit on. We're coming in prepared. He said it opens up after this though.
I love caves.
We gotta see what this thing's like.
We gotta go in the cave, bros. We gotta go through the caves.
The guy said out there was like a bunch of Indian artifacts inside the riverbed. When the water would come out of the stream, they'd wash deer skins and stuff in it. And they use all sorts of like, you know, knives.
Hi, VTuber. Welcome.
They made into knives. That's crazy. Oh, yeah.
I like the sound. This is weird, but I love the sound of this stone.
Oh, it's gonna get freezing.
This stone has a very, like, particular sound. What is this, shale or something?
That's not a good sound.
It has a very, like, clattery sound. If you made mahjong tiles out of this stone and you dropped them, That would sound so good.
Hiding under that ledge right there. There's another one swimming away.
Look, the fish. Look, the fish. You see the fish?
That is.
You see the blind cave fish of hell?
That's not a good sign. No. People were diving this. Oh, there's some of them white cave fish, man. Oh, nice. Well, hiding under that ledge right there. There's another one swimming away.
So cool. Blind cave fish. I love blind cave fish. Or that. This is just fair warning, but after my cave vids, I might do ASMR, just so you know.
Okay, now it looks like it's meeting up with the ceiling.
Oh yeah, that's not good.
This is the part, man.
Oh, look, you feel that breeze?
Yeah. This is the pinch out.
You can see the breeze in the water.
That is crazy. It's making waves.
Okay, this seems like a bad idea.
This is. Bro.
I know I always defend these guys. I always rush to, like, 9 million times I have rushed to these guys' defenses and been like, these guys are experts. They've been doing this for like 20 years. They know a lot about caves and safety, and like they know what to expect, and if things are sketchy, they know when to like turn back. This seems like a really bad idea to be doing this. If they're like, oh yeah, there's definitely a current.
Oh man, that wind. That is so crazy, dude. It must be massive back there.
Hope it is. Feels like it is.
Alright. We are swimming now.
Yeah.
Oh! Oh!
You want to take the lead?
Sure. Dude.
They love being in a cave. It's their true passion in life.
Dude, I think the whole cave's just gonna be flooded, man.
It's looking like it.
We're doing this though.
Imagine being an action-adventure twin. You have a perfect body genetic clone duplicate.
It's not a raging river, right?
You have a perfect copy of your mind and body, and he's your best friend, and you go into caves together.
Oh, dude, it's opening up.
These two were blind cave fish in a past life, definitely.
I know, right? Once you told me to start floating on through.
Oh, the string is so they know how to go back because they just went through like a completely flooded cavern that looks the same in every direction. It's not like a hallway. It's like you would have no idea which direction is back.
What? It splits?
It splits.
Oh, wow. Okay.
When cave explorers do this, having extra lights and extra batteries is their #1 priority. So they have dry bags that have like a bunch of extra lights and the reason why is because if you lose your light in a cave, you pretty much like you're pretty screwed. And that's why you go with other people and both of you have a ton of backups, like multiple backups per person.
Let's go left. Let's stick with the theme of left.
Okay.
Okay. Dude, look at the ripply sand. That's nice stuff.
Oh, it's sands. That's interesting. Yeah, that's what I mean though. Like, with lights, you get lost. Without lights, you cannot find the way out.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, it's a beach.
Yeah.
It's a beach.
Very rocky, and the rocks look weird here.
Look at how gross it looks.
Oh, we got some formations actually.
Look at the gross rocks. Did this collapse, I wonder?
How did that formation look? Dude, there's more up here actually. Okay. Some little bacon. Cave bacon? Oh yeah, yummy yummy.
This definitely floods all the way up here, man.
Oh yeah, that's some fresh mud.
Ripply mud.
Wow, that's cool looking.
Would you ever eat cave bacon?
I know. It's very pure though. There's no like rocks in it or anything.
Yeah, it's like this is like perfect modeling. Like,
I know.
starting business.
Yeah.
It's so muddy. Look at all the mud.
And then there's like these little things sticking out. Look at that. Like
What?
little arms sticking out.
What are those?
Little fingers.
Fingers.
I don't know. It's weird.
I think the way the water works just kicks up these little pieces of mud.
These are the fingers of the cave.
That's weird.
They want to touch you.
It's some thick mud.
That is.
Oh no.
It's getting real low.
Yeah, it looks like it opens up ahead.
Yeah? We gotta push it.
Go.
What the hell? Chiralian, I like that
That's what I'm
reference.
saying. Now
Yeah,
we can't turn
Death
our
Stranding.
Holy.
Dude, that was so low.
That's gnarly.
Oh, Echo!
Dude, wait, did it split or is this just a room?
Dude, it got way deeper and it's
What? Dude, we might get lost in here.
Look at this, it got so deep.
It's scary.
Oh, dude, that drops off quick.
Yeah. Look at the mud cloud. This water looks so clean.
It is so clear. Dude, this is nice.
Are we sticking to the left?
Dude, let's just keep going left.
What's
and
really
take it
cool
off.
about these flooded passages is sometimes you'll have like big drop-offs, but it's not just a drop-off. There's a chamber beneath you. There's like an entire cavernous room that's flooded and you're like above it. Sometimes you see that and it's really cool.
Dude, now we can swim. Oh, this is nice, dude. It is. But it gets tight. Real tight.
They were having fun swimming.
Wait, it's opening up.
There is no eagles. You guys, there is no eel.
Holy crap, it just split again.
No, I have not been spelunking before. You guys, I don't know if this is true. I just read this online. But some people who are active in cave exploring, they think spelunking is like derogatory. So they use cave exploring. But I bet some cave explorers call themselves spelunkers. I don't know. That's just what I read.
Dude, it's massive.
No, you're the spelunker. No.
Right? Oh, that is... It's getting pretty bad over here, man.
Yeah.
Where'd all this mud come from?
Do they shorten it to KVX?
Alright, I'm drawing.
I don't know. I haven't seen that, but I like that.
The way we came, because are we going this
I
way
hope
now?
so.
Yeah, but it wraps around. Like you can stay in the water because it's like a sandbar.
We hope. That
I
might.
went around the other side.
Oh, you already did? Okay.
I'm not far down there, but this is just like a little one.
Yeah, okay.
I bet their communication skills are really good after doing this for a while.
Oh, swimming.
Swimming. Woo-hoo. That's nice, dude. Whoa.
These like little
knobs
things,
coming out.
these knobs stuck to the ceiling, they're so strange looking because it looks like you keep finding these like complete like rounded rocks and then they're just like stuck to the top. Very strange. Yeah, buttons.
It split. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one might lead back to where the water was. This way it gets really wide though. This way it gets like really wide. Whoa, look, different type of cavefish up here.
What?
It's one of those little sculpin.
Whoa!
Oh yeah.
Bottom feeder.
That's so cool. Water flowing for a long time does that. Oh, okay, okay.
Dude,
That's
there's
cool,
buoys
that's cool.
From a boat or something.
Look, buoys!
What are these doing back here?
The water must get pretty damn high in
Look, it's buoy!
Yeah. What the heck?
That's like those dive lines with the entrance. I think that was all.
How scary would it be if you were in a cave like this and you just found a skeleton, a human skeleton?
From like above ground? It looks like they just got snagged on this rock.
You don't think somebody put them there? Because this looks like it might be an air pocket.
I don't think they really put them here. They might have though.
Like this, you know?
Like this might have just been floating up like
yeah,
this.
This might be like an air pocket for divers.
Dude, you might be right.
Dude, I think this thing floods bad. I think we're like in a pretty dangerous situation.
Yeah, with the fact that it might rain.
It's not looking good, man.
No, at some point we should get out before it gets, 4 p.m. or whenever it was gonna rain.
Oh, I didn't know that, Marjorie.
I don't even know what time it is.
Oh,
What
yeah,
the
we're on our
heck?
phones.
Yeah, and the words "get out" scrawled on the wall. I have never seen those little sculpins before. That was so cool. I didn't know those lived in caves.
Does it though? What I gotta ask myself right there. Does it? Yeah, my way was pretty easy. Yeah, they connect. Yeah.
I know, Hopework.
Whoa.
It feels like they always pick a day where
There's
it
rocks
floods.
hanging on for dear life.
So, somebody said it's because of, like, long periods of flooding, water flowing for a long time. So, do you think, like, the water went up to, like, this is where the water usually is, and it, like, flows around this? Is that what you mean? Because that would be crazy. Some gases are heavy and stay very low to the ground and can only be noticed if you squat.
This is a pretty big river now. Yeah.
Delicious in dungeon. I know that in some really deep cave systems, some people do camp overnight, like in the cave. They'll find like a decided upon like area that's pretty safe, and they'll just like set up tents in the cave, and then the next day they'll break down camp and then go like further down.
Oh, dude, it's getting deep, deep.
Yeah, it's action adventure twins.
Look how crystal clear that is.
Feels a big like cool in here.
Dude, it would. Think I should whip it out? Let me whip it out. Alright, let's see what this does. Oh yeah.
What did he whip out?
Get the sparkles on the ceiling.
Where did he whip it out?
Looks like
You
a
just
pool
heard
in
the
a
audio?
sunlight or something.
Oh no. The caustics are so pretty, aren't they?
I know.
Oh, slippery.
Hi, Blue Bite Sora. Hi. Hi. Good to see you. It's been a while.
Giant crawfish.
I love all the animals they find.
This is nice.
I like the reflections.
I know.
You can see the waves of light.
Yeah.
Thank you for the follow. You would leave a fruits pig? No. I love the fruits pigs. You'd go there, I would go there too.
Big crawfish down there.
Big one? Heck yeah.
It's a very smooth looking cave, right?
I feel like this is a super dangerous cave for flooding.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it's getting deep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I think so too, don't you?
But I got the big leg.
Fake. Fake.
It's not waterproof.
It is, but like you can't just run it underwater. It'll crack the screen. With a lens.
Even if like you turn it on initially underwater?
It says don't do that specifically on it. Dude, this is getting deep. I might have to put this away.
I think you might have to. This looks really cool right here.
I know.
I like this cave. It's just like endless hallways.
It's so deep.
Look how deep that crawfish is down there.
And they're perfectly rounded.
Left and right, huh? It looks like it.
No, I've never been cave diving / exploring, but I've been inside of like storm drains before,
I'm 6'1". Look at me. It's getting hot. It's getting
which is a little similar, but not really.
I'm floating.
Yep, let me put it away.
Oh my gosh, I'm swimming back. It's so deep.
It's so deep, man.
Yeah, it's like 5.5 feet deep right here.
Dang.
Last time I swam.
He's swimming. He's swimming.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is nice. This is real nice.
They're like the only people in the world who would think this is nice.
Nope, I just checked.
It's so cool down there.
Whoa.
Dude. At least you have some land if you need a break or something.
Yeah.
A Nintendo museum? That's so cool. On July 2nd, 2025.
But like, you just have to be careful if like you know there's suction or something.
Yeah.
It's weird swimming with big boots on.
I think the water is cold.
No, they work against you. How's my GoPro looking?
It's looking good.
That's so cool, narrator. I bet there's gonna be some cool videos about it.
That's not a bad idea. It's like 10 feet deep.
Yeah, I know.
10 feet deep.
The temporary. Oh, dude, it's an underwater shell.
Yeah, you can stand right here and just go.
It's 10 feet deep. That's so scary.
Barely. You're taller than me.
Yeah.
I'm on my tippy toes.
And I just barely found a place to stand on.
How cold are you?
I'm cold, but let's keep going. I'm just gonna be able to make it back out.
I'm gonna take my bag off.
You went snorkeling in a cenote. There are some really cool ones. I hope you enjoyed it. Was it in the Yucatan? Did you go to the Yucatan?
Yeah.
I know there's some. How do you say it? Is it cenotes or cenotes? I don't know.
Mud sandbars in the roof?
There are some in the American Southwest too,
Yeah, you're right.
but there's a lot of them in the Yucatan.
Oh, this is getting wild, dude. Really wild. It's so deep.
Yeah, it's more than 10. We have to swim around for hours.
Oh, okay, cenote.
I'm getting pretty cold, not gonna lie. I'm starting to get the shivers.
Actually doing pretty good. Oh, my wetsuit actually.
How are your feet? My feet are just so cold.
I don't think I feel them anymore.
Okay, at least we're on the same page with that.
Oh.
My wetsuit.
They could have little foot warmers, like you know the hand warmer pocket things. You could put those in your shoes and swim. You could put them in your shoes. Have special socks that have them. You'd make $1 million.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice. So much warmer.
Oh, it's getting shallow again.
I kind of like the swimming, I'm not gonna lie.
I loved it, except the fact that I'm getting cold.
Oh, cavefish.
Cavefish.
Hey, fish.
Oh, it's getting low.
Oh, hell no, Jigsaw.
It's staying this low.
For your final challenge, you must swim through the cave that has really cold water, and you can't feel your feet.
It's a little low, not
Oh,
gonna
hell
lie.
no, Jigsaw, you're tweaking.
Yeah, the water deep?
Not yet. Wow. So blue.
Thank you for the follow.
Oh, dude, that's small airspace.
We're going under arches. Yeah. Oh, your GoPro is so close to hitting. I can barely stand.
Hi, Scruffy Monkey. He bonked his head. Yeah, I would drink this water. This would replenish my shields, definitely. Full stack of shields.
No,
I'm getting really cold.
I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah? Go poke it and see how far it goes.
Oh, you hear that? Oh,
It's just the water.
It's like one of those desert canyons. It's so pretty.
Oh, wait. It sumped out, didn't it?
You can keep going, but it's really low.
I don't even think that's possible.
I know they categorize these caves based on like what material they're out of.
Reflection of the ceiling is. I don't know about that, man.
I don't know about that one.
The cave parasites. No, the cave parasites from 1,000 years ago.
It's dumped out.
You forgot. You forgot about the cave parasites. Oh, look at that! Look at that!
Oh. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, we went left the first time, then we went that way.
And that would be the low part.
Yeah.
I'm glad you remember the way, man.
Slid you.
70%. You got it 1%.
Okay.
I'm
Pretty sure?
I know it's not that way.
Okay, good. That's all I need to know.
But from here, I don't know.
I gotta admit, I'm a lot more concerned with it flooding on the way out for some reason.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to make it through this.
No.
I think so these guys are like caving experts, and they do go into like uncharted caves and like find new routes and stuff. However, I'm pretty sure this cave that they're in is like really well routed already. So I'm pretty sure that's why they're not using like a map. I'm pretty sure like it's less complex. This cave is less complex than it looks, because they were talking about like, oh, we went this way, then we went that way. So like, I don't think there's that many directions they can go in.
Say what?
That aren't flooded, at least. Maybe in a different season.
Yeah, we would.
But
oh, my ears underwater.
Oh yeah, mine very underwater.
Oh. Yeah, if it flooded.
oh yeah, you might be right. You might be right.
For as cold as I am, man.
Yeah, I would. Clean core, I would.
No, but it doesn't matter. Being 58 degrees and wet. You
Would you be panicking the whole time?
No.
At first, yeah. But then I would adjust to it.
I don't even know where I'm going at this point. Wait, I just made these, so hold on. Is there a trail your way?
Yeah, I wouldn't have a fire, but I would use like one of those electric like
really see
lanterns.
nothing this way. Plus, there's a smiley face on this rock that you're grabbing, and I don't remember seeing a smiley face coming in.
Oh, I see the drag marks right here.
It's the smiley face.
So you know what? We have to head on our way out now?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if this was your job, just going to different caves all the time and being like, okay, it's time to explore, and you will just go everywhere with your best friend, and you go into caves all the time, and you just love caves, and you're like, oh, look at the fish, say hi to the
I'm
fish.
just gonna follow the dive line.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying?
No, dude. I don't know which room we're at, actually.
When we came in, there was nowhere to go except the first split. We went left.
Yep.
And that looks like the left, but we came from the right somehow.
Oh, dude, you're right. So we follow the dive line in.
That way in, and we came out this way. Which I don't know how that happened.
We could have gotten so lost back there.
No amount of money would be enough. No. If you love cave exploring, then I'm pretty sure there are people who love caves so much they would be willing to do this for like bare minimum, like total minimum wage. They'd be like, you mean I get to go in caves all the time? And they would do it that.
I think that's where we went the wrong way.
Oh, okay. Starting to think we're not where we think we are.
Yeah.
I'm a cave potato.
I don't think I see any drag marks.
There's no wind, man.
There's a dive line, but
It's not blowing out. I think we turn around.
wait. Is
Hi.
this drag marks?
I think we turned around right here, man. It was blowing out strong when we came in.
Alright, so we gotta get the heck out of here.
The air's going another way, and it's bare.
How do you even get started in this? So, most cave locations are like not published online. You have to be a member of a group to find where a lot of them are, because they're worried about like vandalism, because people will like the caves that are well known and posted online, people go into them and like break off the stalactites, and they like take home crystals and they'll destroy stuff. So a lot of people in like the hardcore caving community they'll cave keep. They'll gatekeep their caves, so they'll be like, oh, come to our meetup and then we'll show you the cave and then you'll know where it is. Like, they don't want to publish it. Yeah, please do not vandalize. Nutty Putty Cave, oh no. But yeah, it's pretty underground. You've probably never heard of it. But for beginner caving, there is like a list of like places, like this is meant for beginners. You can go here, you can go here, you can go here. Because even though a lot of the like really good caves are kept secret, there's a ton of caves and like so there's a lot of publicly known ones. Yeah, it's the action adventure twins.
Okay. Hopefully. Getting a little freaked out at this point.
Mushroom hunters do that with mushroom spots. I love that. I love that.
Means anything anymore.
We came in here and we went left and we came from the right way.
I agree,
Oh,
Vagabond.
we're in the main passage again?
Yeah, this is
Okay. Okay.
And I can feel the breeze.
Okay, that's giving me a lot of hope.
Yeah, this is it. Sweet, man. We're not stuck in here.
Yeah, that's a really good thing.
He's wearing jeans to do this. That seems like it would be so uncomfortable. To be swimming in like 50-degree water in a cave and it's super muddy. That's what makes them action adventure.
Wow. So flat.
No, like upside down
Jalunking. Caves are cool. There's so many cool structures and fossils and things. Spelunking is hardcore. I'd be worried about flooding. Yeah.
I do feel the breeze.
There seems like a lot of technique, like not just orienteering, but like actually going through like specific squeezes. You have to know a lot about like rock formations, but also your body, I think. So it's like definitely a skill, but also like a knowledge-based component.
You see it?
Welcome home, Seal Throne. Hi.
Huh.
I think it's raining outside.
No way. We're that close to the entrance?
Yeah, it's pouring.
Holy crap.
Dude, it's pouring outside.
Dude, we got out of there just in time.
Thank you for the follows, everybody.
Oh, man.
You
Dude,
are
we
very
got out of
kind.
there in the nick of time.
Oh my gosh, imagine if we were in there when it flooded,
Oh
man.
my gosh. I've never been so happy to get out of a cave.
Yeah, it's sketchy. Fist bump, man.
Props, man.
Dude, that was awesome.
Another cave. If I was an action adventure twin, I don't care how geeky this is, just so you know, every time I would get out of a cave, I would make up like a little ritual to do with my teammate. I would be like, let's do the handshake! Do the handshake!
Well,
Thunder.
We did it! Another cave!
that worked out pretty well.
Our path back was flooded.
Yeah. The whole stream bed's turning into the river.
Dude, imagine.
Oh, look, this is in like a ravine and it goes directly into the cave. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, it is a pretty area, isn't it? I used to go caving with my Boy Scout troop in eastern Kentucky. I'm considering going back there with another group of people to find ball clay. in Eastern Kentucky clay for making pottery. That is such a cool idea.
Reno108_ just subscribed.
Thank you very much for the Prime sub, Rin. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you very much. Yeah, sometimes I listen to podcasts about like ceramicists, and I love hearing them like gush about their favorite clay. It's so exciting. So people who work on pottery for a living or are just hobbyists, they love good clay. Yeah. So I hope you find some cool clay.
All the way back there. Oh my gosh, dude.
We'd be stuck.
I'm glad I got cold, honestly. And I'm glad your wetsuit was, you know, making your knees burn out.
It all worked out.
It all worked out. Don't attempt that, guys. I guess we got lucky.
They don't always publish the location of the cave. Let's see if they mention it in the beginning. But yeah, it does look Appalachian, doesn't it?
To go into his 5-mile-long cave. So we're gonna go check it out.
It's so pretty.
It's a
This is
river
my
cave.
favorite kind of forest. It's like a mixed deciduous kind of thing.
He said water comes spilling out of here when it rains really hard.
Broken down car. Was there?
We're here at this guy's property, and he just allowed
This is on somebody's property. He just has a giga cave. He has the mouth of hell on his property. Yeah, cool car.
us to go into his 5-mile-long cave. So we're gonna go check it out. I think it's a river cave. He said water comes spilling out of here when it rains really hard.
That's so cool. So this is literally just some guy's backyard. And he has a 5-mile cave in it. An underground river.
So, oh, that feels nice.
There is so much stuff in the world that people like just don't like see or think about. That is so cool to me.
Just got hit with a nice wave of cold air. It's so hot out here today.
Like this is probably just completely normal to him. Albert Cavestein.
So the guy
No.
told us that there's really, really deep pool of water that almost meets up with the ceiling. So I got a wetsuit on under this. Dave's coming back. He got his wetsuit on. We're coming in prepared.
Yeah. Can you imagine exploring that as a kid? That would be cooler than any video game, like any movie. It's like, oh, there's a giant labyrinth in my backyard. That is like actually something from a fantasy novel. Very cool. If you had a cave on your property, you'd be afraid. You'd become a character from a horror story. Hold on, I have to find out why Lego is so expensive.
This thief is stealing $1,500 worth of Lego,
Why?
according to the store's owner.
Why?
But that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Why?
In the past decade, there have been a slew of Lego thefts, including one totaling about $300,000. But why are thieves around the world targeting a toy? Well, one reason might be that the most expensive
Maybe because
Lego
it's
sets
$300,000 and it doesn't matter what the product is.
cost more than an iPhone 15. That's why this guy was trying really hard to reach the top shelf.
These went from around $120 to overnight selling on eBay for several $1,000s. My friends and family don't actually know about.
I had no clue this, like, I was never super into, like, Lego. I had no idea it got this expensive. Holy crap.
This room. I think they'd probably be quite shocked if I ever opened the door and they saw the Lego that was in here.
But it wasn't always like this. In 2006, Lego's most expensive
What
set
the
was
hell?
$270.
Okay.
So how did we get here? How did Lego go from a children's toy to a collector's item? And why is it so expensive?
Okay, here's my guess. Is it because 25 years ago, a a lot of kids were raised on Lego and it was their favorite thing ever, and then those kids grew up and had paychecks, and now Lego is like, oh, now we can sell it directly to the adults and not the kids, and they're more willing to spend all of their money on it, so now we can raise the price to $1 billion and they'll still buy it because it's like a core memory.
Today, Lego is the world's largest toy company.
Everything is awesome.
But its story didn't start with plastic bricks. It started
Perchance.
with wood. While Lego found success with wooden toys, the company's first
Wood? I ask for Lego? And you bring me wood?
major turning point came in 1949, when its founder took a gamble and started manufacturing plastic bricks. Plastic toys were cutting-edge technology at the time, but Lego wasn't the first to pursue this idea. Here are 2 patents by a company called Kittycraft from 1939 and 1945. And well, you can decide how much inspiration Lego took. Plastic bricks didn't click right away. Lego had to stick with the product and innovate to pull kids away from wooden and metal toys. And to understand the price of Lego today, we have to rewind to its very first set. It was just a box
Too
of
long,
bricks without
didn't
instructions.
read.
Some of the earliest gift sets cost
Why Lego is so expensive,
more
here we go.
expensive than 10 or 20 years ago? To answer this question, let's look at price per piece. That's the price of a set divided by how many pieces are included. It's not a perfect measurement, and it doesn't include minifigures, but think of it as a broad look at the value of a set. Remember that 2007 Millennium Falcon? That had a price per piece of 10 cents. A decade later, Lego released a new Millennium Falcon with over 7,500 pieces for $850.
Yeah, okay.
And a price.
Here's why it's $900. Nobody is buying this for their kids. Literally nobody is buying this for their kids. You're not buying like, oh, it's got 50 million pieces and it's a direct replica of your favorite movie. If you grew up in like the 80s or whatever, this is for not kids. That's why it's so expensive.
Per piece of 11 cents. That's just 1 cent higher. And adjusted for inflation,
It's
actually
not
1
for
cent
sharing.
lower. Some set themes are more expensive than others, but the price per piece has remained surprisingly stable over the past 20 years.
Really big
Ironically,
kids, yeah.
some of the worst value sets are ones designed for young children, like Duplo.
What you say?
Value sets are ones designed for 20 years.
Oh.
Ironically, some of the worst value sets are ones designed for young children, like Duplo. This set has a price per piece of $1.30. So why are sets more expensive? They're much more complex. This chart shows an increase in average set prices since 2014.
Yeah, same.
But it aligns with an increase in average pieces per set since the same year.
They could do a Millennium Falcon for $30 and it wouldn't look as good and it wouldn't be as big. But they know that they can do this big one because there is a market for it.
So if you're walking through Target seeing high prices and
You
thinking
wanna
that
build a
Lego
Lego
is
set. Cute.
expensive, you're not entirely wrong. Since 2020, Lego has released significantly more sets that cost over $300. But it's also releasing more sets overall.
Mario! I have to watch the new Mario movie. I never did Lego, but I did Gunpla. Like plastic Gundam models, and I have to imagine like it's kind of similar. Like it has to have some overlapping, like, oh, I'm gonna build this thing. I'm gonna buy this box of thing and then build this thing, and I'm gonna have the thing. So, same idea, I'm sure. And there are definitely like higher end Gunpla that you are never ever going to buy for a child, literally ever.
About twice as many annually as it did in 2008, and about 4 times the amount it released in the 1990s.
you can have unlimited pieces, but it's also fun to like just build with what you have. And sometimes the limit of what you have is more challenging than building with unlimited pieces. Once in a while, I'll be working on something and be like, well, is it worth it for me to go buy more?
I like the painting part forward on. And with mecha models, this is better with mecha models than with like little knights and little orcs. But with mecha, if you use an airbrush to paint, you can get really even layers, so you can make it look like actually like I think brush strokes are better on like little miniatures of guys, but brush strokes are worse on little miniatures of robots. Yes. Yes. Crumble! Thank you very much for the raid, Crumble. You have Gamba addiction? You are addicted to Gamba? Everyone, please follow Crumble. She is goated. She's awesome. Very talented streamer. Hi. Welcome. Welcome. We're just watching we're learning about Legos and why they're expensive. There's a Millennium Falcon Lego that's $900.
Of this, or can I find another solution for it with what I have so that I don't have to buy more of something? That's really what Lego is about, is creative problem solving, is like, can I solve it this way? Is there another way to solve it? Or is there a third way that I haven't even thought about yet?
Going all in on the brick helped LEGO beat the one-hit wonder problem many toy companies have. But it also created an ecosystem and a creative medium that has endured nearly 70 years of competition and shifting pop culture.
My mom tells me that she got me my first Lego set when I was 4 years old.
This guy's got what we call brick brain.
Lego would go. I love Lego because I feel the nostalgia from when I was a kid. You know, it brings me back to those moments of sitting on the rug, building that set, being young and enjoying.
Do not say he's bricked up. Ribbit.
That, and I
What
like the
the
way
hell
that
is
it
this
connects
chat?
generations, that adults can play with the same toy with their kids that they played with when they were a kid.
It's
If I were the Lego man, I would want the same rug. In my Lego room, I would want the same rug that I sit on since I was a kid. That would be like, and if I couldn't get the rug, like if my house burned down in a big fire, I would try to make a replica of the rug. And my Lego rug would be extremely important to me.
Continually
if I
new,
had one.
and it's continually refreshing, and that's in its DNA. I don't think we're ever going to see a fandom for Lego die in the way that we might for a media text, which waxes and wanes over time.
My hope for the future is that it will continue to be more accessible to people, whether that's
The medieval
through
set, hell yeah.
having representation of different people in their sets, or price. I think price is a block for a lot of people. How can we
Jeremy61742 just
make it?
subscribed.
Thank you very much for the 6 months, Jeremy. I'll say one thing, and I'm not being a hater. If you love them, if you're a Funko Pop head, if you love your Funko Pops, I'm not hating your Funko Pops. I think it would be so much cooler if you loved some kind of property, getting a Lego set of it. That would be so much more satisfying to me than getting a Funko Pop of it, because like you could be like, oh, look, it's the house that Deadpool walked into at 6 minutes and 33 seconds in the movie, just like in the movie. And look, it comes with little figures of like the guy he punched. Cool. Like that is exciting to me. Gaga, pop. Okay, I did it.
an entry point that is accessible to everyone. I would hope that like people who watch this think when they look at Lego and then they look at this, they're like, oh, you have to have that much Lego to be an amazing Lego builder. It's not really about that. The coolest techniques I've come up with or that I've seen other people use are when they have constraints. It's not really about like how much you have, it's about ingenuity, it's about trying to find different ways to solve problems. So I wouldn't ever be intimidated by seeing something huge. It's okay to just put a couple pieces together and have it be something amazing.
You know what? I bet you there's people who would make fun of him, like, oh, you shouldn't like Legos. Look at you, you shouldn't like Legos. You like Legos? You're lame. That's lame. You know what I think? He likes Legos. But you know what's lamer than liking Legos? Making fun of people for liking Legos. Because you could be spending time on the thing you like. You don't have to make fun of people for liking something. If you spend your free time making fun of people for like, I like to come home after work and you know I like to put a few bricks together, haha. Like if you make fun of that guy, just find something you love to do. And then you can be as happy as that guy, and then somebody will make fun of you. What video should we watch next? I want to watch a cave video. Is there a short cave video? I want to watch a short cave video. Climbing into a well. Climbing into a well.
Alright guys, so check this out. We found an entrance and we're really hoping this is an entrance to the biggest
Oh hell
mine that
no,
we've ever been
Jigsaw.
into.
For your final challenge, you must jump into this old well. Oh hell no, Jigsaw.
My bear mace in case there could be a bear in there. I hope this goes.
Alright, I'm crawling in.
Send it, dude.
This thing goes as far as we can see. So we suited up, we got our masks on, we got our backpacks with all the gear in it. And let's find out.
This feels like a side quest in like an RPG. Yeah, like Skyrim or Baldur's Gate. Like you left click on old well, and then you're in this little like mini dungeon. And at the end you have to kill this like little goblin guy with blue skin and a funny mask, and he hops around on one foot and makes really silly sounds.
Already. Let's pick one direction.
You found my secret cave.
Okay. Well, look, a wheel.
You must
already.
never leave here now.
Right?
Not now that you know where my treasure is.
Looks like an ore cart wheel.
You'll never steal the golden corn cob.
Passing some air pipes. Yep. We got a double collapse. Full collapse this way.
Not to be the nerd emoji here, but if you're in a cave and like all of the ways around are collapsing, maybe you should not be in the cave.
Full collapse that way. Okay. Let's head back to the right and see if it goes.
if you look at the walls and ceiling of the cave, it's a really different material from the last video we watched. Not the Lego one. Not the Lego video, but the last cave video we watched.
Remnants of something. Yeah. Wow, look at the way they stacked up all this rock here. And you can see where there was ore tracks that would have gone this way.
This is an old abandoned mine. That's crazy. The well.
It looks like
Oh look,
you can get past it
it's a
though.
collapse, but they can climb it. It's an old well that goes into a collapsed mine. What the heck?
Yes, it keeps
Yeah,
going.
what's the seed? Holy
Alright, we need to
crap.
take these bags off. I don't know. No, I think we can keep going. Yeah, if yours is gonna scrape the roof, we don't want that. But it looks like there's some clearance.
Pennsylvania.
Another air pipe. I'm starting to see some green talc.
A guy who bought a ghost town complete with old mine. Oh, I have watched like 1 or 2 of those videos. That guy is cool.
Taking the bag off. Yeah.
Does he still make videos?
Okay, I'm pulling my bear mace out because there's about where you find a bear.
He's pulling his bear mace out.
Oh, full collapse this way too. Okay. Maybe. Hold up.
No, that's not a full collapse.
Got to push it.
You're just too tall.
Yeah, very, very questionable.
Yeah,
Seen an
Denchi.
old
It's
can
called
back here.
mini bears.
Wow.
Look at that. You can see the
There's a
vein.
big old vein of talc. Really? It's like a big green stripe going across the
That's
wall.
so cool.
I know.
No,
right?
it's real. Mini bears. Mini bears is real.
Alright. It's just totally collapsed, yeah. Yeah, I think this led into that mine, the biggest one ever, but we got a total collapse in this little shaft. What's that one? It looks pretty collapsed, but I'm
No,
not
you
sure.
didn't miss one, Scribble, but I'm gonna do one really soon.
No,
I don't
let
know
me
if I'm gonna do one today. I know I said I would, but maybe
Whoa.
tomorrow is a better day for
We'll
it.
have to dig it out for sure, but there's rail going back there.
Thank you for the thought.
Oh, I see that.
You're gonna bonk
You
your
see
head
that?
on the
I'm
green
seeing it.
talk.
You see what I see? Yeah. There's something back there.
Yeah, a bear.
We just gotta move all these rocks out of the way.
There's a bear back there. Get out your
Okay.
mace.
Let's dig out of mine.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. It's somehow less safe than the rain cave. Yeah, they always find a way.
Metal. Wow.
What
Is that a
kind?
can?
What kind of metal?
No, it's like some sort of iron. A flange for something. Iron,
What is a flange?
yeah. Oh, it looks like a pulley. A pulley. Look, it's so thick.
Oh, like
It's
from
some
a
sort of,
pulley
like,
elevator?
industrial pulley. Whoa, I found a crowbar. Whoa,
it's
so Look at that.
What the hell?
Dude, crowbar.
That's sick.
Wow.
What?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I have to hear him say that again. That was cute.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Look. They're trying to dig through the collapse.
Okay, I'm gonna peek through.
Okay.
And you're gonna find a bear. No, you can't do anything over here.
Whew. That's gnarly, man. It's pretty collapsed. I don't know.
Did you hear the acoustics? This would be a great recording location.
I'm saying no go.
There's gotta be a better way into this mine.
Yeah, it just didn't look like it'd go to much.
No.
It's too small.
This whole area is just a little too collapsed, I think.
Alright. Let's pack it up and head out.
I think the guy with the like giant 5-mile labyrinth in his backyard, that cave is cooler than having, well, I don't know, having an old abandoned mine or an old abandoned well that bottoms out into an abandoned mine is pretty cool. But they can't really access it at all. Because it's completely destroyed. You would kiss a skinwalker? What is that? Like some kind of special mutant ability? What is
Made
that?
it back to the entrance. We are out of here.
What on earth did you find?
Well, I'll show you.
Whoa. It's a shaft. Look at that thing in all its glory.
Is that a well or a shaft?
I'm gonna drop a stick down it.
It hit something solid.
Something solid. It's not just floated down there. Oh. Okay. We can see a little better now.
It's pretty flooded.
Almost looks like there's a tunnel down there.
A rope. Hopefully it's a mine shaft and not a well.
A Mario pipe. These guys would love the Mario movie.
Scary, man.
Cave time. It is like Dragon Quest.
Next level.
Or like Diablo. I think Diablo has that.
Alright, going down.
Sweet.
This is scary. Alright, going down.
They should have done she. No, not the piranha plant. This is way deeper than it looked.
Whoa.
What is this? There's something.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely just a shaft.
What is that?
Judging by this equipment in here, I don't think it was a well. I think it led to the shaft.
But now it's all underwater.
But now it's underwater, yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Okay. I wonder what this big old tank is. Alright, well, I'm gonna switch to the Ascender and come back up.
And maybe it is a water
Alright,
heater. I'm not knowledgeable enough about machinery. Maybe Ergazm. Or maybe when the mine was decommissioned, it was just convenient for them to drop all of their equipment and then like collapse the mine intentionally. I don't know. I don't know that much about mining. This reminds you of the ring. I have a Ninjaroid of the ring. She has a little videotape and she has a pose where she's like, please watch it, please. It's so cute. Some of my favorite fan art that Garrity has done of me was 3 drawings inspired by the ring. They're so cool.
Blue. Oh, that's cool.
Okay, that was... there was nothing in there. That was kind of a waste of time to climb down. Nervous breakdown in the cave.
That one didn't go nowhere. Nope, it did not.
Angela. Okay, I know I said I was gonna do a long stream, but I could only do a 6-hour and 17-minute stream. I'm very tired now. But I promise to stream tomorrow, okay? I will stream tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching my stream. I hope you enjoyed it. It was very fun for me to do to get back into the streaming swing. Thank you for watching my stream, and I hope to see you again. And I appreciate you watching my stream and supporting me. The end.